what is up, everybody? Welcome to Draft Night. My name is Steven, and I am the host of the Guilty as Charged podcast. As always, joining me is my guy, Tyler. Tyler, we made it. Night one is here. We'll be live again tomorrow, live again on Saturday. This is my favorite weekend of the year, and I'm super excited to have you here alongside with me. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. Congratulations to us for getting here. Congratulations to all the Chargers fans for getting here. It felt like really quick to get here. And then suddenly the last week or so has been really slow. But I've been waking up at 4 o'clock every morning now for the past week in anticipation of this. I've had draft dreams and I'm ready to go, dude. I've got a pizza to my left, an energy drink in my other hand. The catheter is set up. I'm just kidding. I'm ready to
go. No. I don't have the pizza yet, but it's happening. I got an espresso coffee in my Ember mug going. We'll keep the vocal cords nice and fluid as well. So excited for tonight. Excited for all of you guys to be here. We already have 336 people in the chat. So appreciate all of you. Sincerely, thank you to everybody who has tuned in to our pre-draft coverage. It definitely has been a labor of love. And now we get to see how it plays out. So a lot of stuff to cover. Huge movement in the betting market last night that our guys, Tyler, Alex, and Alex covered last night. So if you missed that and want to go quickly catch up, I would not blame you because there's a lot of JC Latham smoke at number 5. So it should be a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah, I'm pumped, dude. The good news is I had last night in that live stream with the guys to process this JC Latham thing. Ultimately, I do not believe it's a Latham at 5 thing. I honestly would still think it's Joe Alt at 5 and Latham in a trade back. So that's kind of where I'm feeling. Then again, it takes the Vikings giving up X number of picks. You know, Joe Ortiz wants that big trade haul. What's it going to be? It can't just be fair. If it's just a fair trade, it's a wash. We'll stick and take one of these players. If no one else offers a good enough offer, then they're going to trade. They're going to stay. So, I've given my thoughts on JC Latham. For what it's worth, like he's the 10th highest graded player on my board. He's 8th ranked on my board, given some, considerations to other players like Latham who have medical concerns, etc. But like, I do think he is worth a top 10 selection. The question is, A, is it worth it at 5? B, is it worth it over other players? Because you and I have at minimum Marvin Harrison Jr., Brock Bowers, Malik Nabers, Romo Dunze, and Joe Alt, and Olu Fashanu over JC Latham. So your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I've always felt like JC Latham is the Harbaugh tackle if the tackle is the choice. If that's the target, Latham is textbook Harbaugh guy, textbook Joe Ortiz guy. If you look at like who the Ravens have had an offensive tackle, Latham's physical profile is like a 1-for-1 translation. But he's my 11th graded player. I ended up with him as OT3 behind Alt and Fashanu. And so it just at 5, it doesn't make much sense to me. And like that's where all of the smoke went yesterday. And it was like people online were like, well, like this is just Daniel Jeremiah, right? Like this, he never gets the Chargers picks right. It's like, no. This is everyone. Like it's hard to find a mock draft that does not have the Chargers taking JC Latham. Some of them have 5 overall, some of them have 11, some of them have 10, I think. So if they get JC Latham in a trade down, I'm generally cool with it because they have more assets to then go accumulate some picks. But JC Latham is a perfect fit at right tackle. I think he checks every box that the Chargers are looking for at that specific spot. To me, like some of his issues are a little overstated. Like I think there was definitely some copium going on last night and people were like, he was bad against Michigan. It's like, no, really, like there were a couple like stunt IDs that Alabama missed on. But if you actually watch his like one-on-one stuff, Latham was fantastic in that game. There were a few run blocking reps against Chris Jenkins in particular that he put Chris Jenkins on his ass. Like this is a Harbaugh guy of Harbaugh guys. It's a Ortiz guy. I completely understand why this, hype train, if you will, kind of took off. And, because he really is. He's a perfect fit for what this regime likes and prefers at offensive tackle, both from a coaching standpoint and a front office standpoint.
I agree. 2 shows ago, we discussed, we talked about Malik Nabers and talked about our big board. We have Malik Nabers higher. We have Joe Alt higher. But we discussed, like, doesn't JC Latham and Romo Dunze, don't they fit more what this team would want? Like, everyone's talking about Alt at 5 and they talked about Nabers at 5, but Odunze and Latham, these guys fit the Chargers more. So, I'm hearing all the and seeing all the, is this not best player available? Like, wouldn't it be Alt? Wouldn't it be someone else?
Right.
Like, this is the Chargers specific board. This is Jim Harbaugh and Joe Ortiz. This is their board, and JC Latham fits them to a T.
Yeah.
Regardless of who you might have better, there are receivers in this class that I like more than others. There are running backs I like in this class more than others, etc. But there's roles, there's schemes, there's identity. So for the Chargers, yeah, it might be JC Latham on their specific board.
Yeah.
So we'll see though. I still am hesitant to believe that Latham will be the selection at 5 for sure. But 11, yeah, and I'm all about it at that point.
Yeah, I think that's the important part is like we grade these players and draft media grades these players kind of in general, and then we cycle through like, okay, this is a Chargers fit, this is not a Chargers fit, but that doesn't necessarily affect our board. I think if you are grading specifically offensive tackle for the Chargers, I still think you would probably have Joe Alt as OT1, just because I do think he is that much of a better prospect. But Latham's probably second. And actually, not probably. I guarantee you he would be second if you're just grading purely for the Chargers. Fashanu is not a Chargers type. Troy Fautanu, he's probably an interior player, according to most people in the league. So Latham would be high on that board. And this is a great point from Thomas Martinez, who's done a ton of great work in this draft cycle. This weekend, whoever the Chargers draft, if you go to Thomas's Twitter profile and search up that player's name, there's a pretty good chance that he's got a profile up of that player. So I would definitely encourage everybody this weekend to go follow Thomas, check out his work. He's done a fantastic job covering the draft too. But Latham was offered by Michigan, recruited heavily by Michigan. Harbaugh really, really wanted him. But Alabama NIL money at the time was significantly different than Michigan money. So Michigan was not Michigan, in 2021 when he was coming out of high school. So that's an important point as well. We'll talk more about like position specifics for JC Latham if the Chargers draft him. If they draft him at 5, he 100% is your right tackle. Like Trey Pipkins is your swing tackle immediately. 11, maybe there's a conversation, maybe there's a position battle, but I did see some people talking about that where it's like, oh, like they could put him at guard for 2024. I think if you take Latham in the top 11, I think he's your right tackle, and I'd be pretty surprised otherwise.
I think if you make him a guard, it's a complete miscalculation of the entire draft. I understand why some other teams, maybe, I guess, but you take him to play tackle because, and if you look at Daniel Jeremiah's mocks, Pete Traeger's mocks, Dane Brugler, etc., Tyler Guyton is going in the first round, and that is really the last kind of Chargers type option until you get to round 3. And even then, you're down to maybe 2 guys, right? We talked about Patrick Paul and Blake Fisher. So if you don't take a tackle early, it's probably a round 4 tackle, or you have to pray one of those other guys to falls to round 2, or round 3, or you reach in round 2, or you go completely out of character and go with Rosengarten or Kingsley Suamataya and these guys. So whereas with the interior group, you can take you take the tackle now, you can find 25 other interior offensive linemen throughout this class you feel really good about. Like, we feel good about it. You feel good about it. Brandon Thorne feels this way. That's just how the class shapes up. If you take Latham and make him a guard, that's a horrible miscalculation, whether it's at 5 or 11. Right. Like, you take him and you make him a tackle.
Yeah, 100%. And I think we talked about that scenario. People ask me about like worst case scenario. To me, it's like you take that guy, you put him at guard, and he stays at guard. Then you took a guard at top 5, and you pass on an elite wide receiver. At least Latham playing right tackle long term is a right tackle, and this is a guy who hopefully you can have as a bookend tackle for the next 8 to 10 years. So it'll be very interesting to see exactly what happens. The other side of this, obviously, is that the Chargers are, as Jeremy Fowler put it, 7-11 open, trying to trade down of pick number 5. So there's a bunch of teams, including the Rams, apparently, that are trying to trade up for wide receivers, that are trying to trade up for quarterbacks. And so it is going to be really interesting to see what specifically happens while the 5th overall pick is happening. So the Chargers want to trade down. Daniel Jeremiah even said that they would consider trading down if quarterbacks go 1 through 4 and Marvin Harrison Jr. is on the board at 5. He believes that they want to trade the hell out of there, to quote him. So we'll see what happens, man. The Chargers are certainly open for business. There's a lot of teams trying to move up for quarterbacks. There's a lot of teams trying to move up for wide receivers. Maybe somebody tries to move up for Joe Alt. So I think the draft is going to be pretty chaotic in the top, 3 through 10.
Yeah, it should be. I think we could even see change in the first two. The first two seem set in the stone. But the third pick, is it JJ McCarthy at 3? Is it Drake May? Of course, then what do the Cardinals do? What's the offer? What do the Chargers get if they get an offer? Do the Giants blink and try to move up to make sure they get their quarterback? Do they want a quarterback? Is it the Vikings? A lot's going to happen. It's going to be an exciting draft, honestly. Like I really think it's like last year, I think was the first time we had 3 trades in the top 10, I believe, in terms of trading in or trading out or just trading slightly down. I could see that being about as much tonight. So a lot of action at the beginning of the first round.
Yeah, 100%. There's, the JJ McCarthy stuff is pretty wild because a lot of people think he could go 2, could go 3, could go 4, could go 11. So that's kind of where we're at. I think if you want the Chargers to take a receiver tonight, as I do, as Tyler does, I think you're rooting for quarterbacks to go 1 through 4. And then the Chargers kind of come to their senses and take Marvin Harrison Jr. at number 5. Otherwise, it does really sound like the Chargers are going to do their absolute best to trade out of pick number 5. And there's been several mentions between them and the Jets, obviously them and the Vikings. But it does really feel like the Chargers are going to try and trade down.
We'll see. I don't think they trade off of Marvin Harrison Jr. I just don't think that happens whatsoever. I don't care what anyone says. That would surprise me. And I think in terms of smoke screen, I guess, they're like trying to sift through all of this. It feels like, hey, we really want to trade down. We really want to trade down. Like maybe even if Marvin's there so that you can drum up the best offer possible. I mean, Joe Ortiz has flat out come out and said, he's talked about leverage and timing in terms of trade value and stuff like that. That was with the big 4 earlier in the offseason. But he's very much aware of like timing and leverage and trying to get the most out of something and waiting as long as possible to get that value. Yeah. So they'll do that. Like they'll send some stuff out there. So I think they stick and pick Marvin Harrison Jr. or trade back. But we'll see if it's Joe Alt at 5 or Malik Nabers or whatever. Yeah, we are. It's 4:45, 45 minutes before, or excuse me, 15 minutes till the draft even starts. There's 1,100 of you in here right now, and that number has not stopped climbing. I appreciate you guys so much. I don't think we'll get to 2,000, but I'm going to eat this pizza until we do. So thank you all so much for being here. Seriously, I did not expect this turnout. You guys could be doing anything else, and I really appreciate you being here. Hopefully you've appreciated all the work we've done over the last 2 months or so. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, we are officially 15 minutes down. We greatly appreciate you guys tuning in. We see the super chats. We will acknowledge the super chats here in a minute. This show nice. This show is of course brought to you by our friends over at Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best and easiest way to use daily fantasy across any capacity of sports. The NBA playoffs are happening right now. The draft has obviously been happening. Hopefully you guys have been able to use our connection over at prizepicks.com/guilty, code guilty at checkout for a deposit match up to $100. It's the best and easiest way to make yourself some money. And it does help support the show. So please go check out Prize Picks. Again, prizepicks.com/guilty. If you've never tuned in for our draft stream before, welcome. AJ Brown, did something just happen with AJ Brown? An extension, a trade? AJ Brown extended. All right. There we go. Anyways, I'm sure Alex.
I thought that was something else. Thanks a lot, Alex. I'm not gonna lie.
The Eagles are like paying guys left and right, so it's kind of crazy to see what they're doing. Like I was saying, if you've never tuned in for a draft show here, welcome to the party, obviously. But we strongly encourage all of you to, as soon as the draft starts, turn off your notifications and just consume the draft as it is intended to do. I happen to think that having picks spoiled 2 minutes before they're announced by reporters ruins the draft experience for me. So I have my notifications turned off. When the picks come to fruition on the TV, I have my iPad next to me. I'll have the draft up. I'll play the audio. and we'll have a good time that way. If you're listening to NFL Network, ESPN, whatever, I don't blame you. But please, please, please do not ruin the notifications in the chat, especially when the Chargers are picking. Please keep it to yourself until we have like a true reaction. I'm not trying to gatekeep or anything like that. I think it's just the way the draft should be watched and consumed. So please don't spoil things in the chat. If stuff like the AJ Brown extension happens, go for it, fire away. But otherwise, I strongly encourage all of you to turn your phones off, at least the notifications for Twitter, and just hang out, have a good time, and don't let this consume you in a negative way. At the end of the day, the draft is supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be made of hope, and have some good positive vibes tonight, and hopefully we can contribute to that.
Yeah. Alternatively, as they say in the chat, neighbors are rewriting. So, you do whatever you want, guys. All I know is when it comes time for the Chargers pick, I don't mind looking at social media, looking at the chat through the 4th pick. Once that's announced, notifications are off. My phone's away. I don't care if someone messages me, congratulates me, something bad happened. They're going to have to wait for 10 more minutes while I figure out this pick. As far as like when timing should work for reaction, we will react to the pick. I think at that point, if you're watching this stream and we react and say, oh my goodness, they took Malik Nabers at 5, then feel free to go at it in the chat. We'll try to remind you guys as we go. If you are in the chat and just as we get to like 5:30, throw a couple comments in there, just like, hey, no spoilers. Look, Steven and I, we're total nerds. We are completely nerds. MCU, anything Star Wars, you name it. We don't like our spoilers. We don't like our spoilers in movies or TV shows, and we don't like it in football either. So no spoilers here. You'll get the ban hammer, as Intos says.
Yeah,
no spoilers, or you'll get the ban hammer. So yeah. As you guys are rolling in, and thank you for now almost 1,300 of you joining us today. Some people are asking, what snacks do you have? Some people are shouting out where they're from in the world. I appreciate that. Let us know. What are you eating? Where are you from? Steven, what the hell is that?
It's a little mac and cheese bite from Trader Joe's.
Oh.
That's the snack until I actually order dinner later. So I will be door dashing. My wife is over at the in-laws house today because she knew that I was going to be doing this. So hello, in-laws. Thanks for tuning in. But should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, my wife is going to do CPR, first aid, health training, whatever that's called. So that's good. So if the Chargers have an awful pick, she can resuscitate me once she finds me on the floor when she comes back.
Yeah. All right.
Alaska, Colorado, UK, San Diego, 5:19 a.m. wherever that is.
Weirdly, we actually have a good strong listener base in Colorado. So shout out to the Colorado people who are
closet Broncos fans.
All right, let's get to some of these super chats, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. Do you want me to pull them up so you can I'll go for it? Perfect.
Go for it. You do the next ones. Blake says, thank you for your great draft content this offseason. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate Blake. He's in the Discord as well. He's been a loyal listener, loyal supporter of the show. So appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's been a blast. I've loved doing this pre-draft content. And I find that, this is year 5 for us. I think our reaction Zoom, the first time we did this, I think we maybe had 50 people. The fact that we are going to probably hit 1,500 by the time the draft starts is freaking awesome. And I truly appreciate that. Thank you so much, Blake, and everyone else who's commenting, super chatting, you name it. It means a lot. Next one from Forgotten Lolcow. I love these shows. Last call. What are we doing at 5? I believe it's Marvin Harrison Jr. or they trade back. That's my guess. And Steven is eating his.
No. I was getting the iPad ready to go. Ready to go. Cool. But yeah, I tend to agree. Quarterbacks go 1 through 4. I think they take Harrison. Quarterbacks go 1 through 3. I think they trade back in some capacity, whether that's 10 or 11. I feel like those are the two most likely spots.
Yeah.
It was really interesting. So regarding the Jets trade, everybody kind of nationally is talking about, the connection between Joe Douglas and Joe Ortiz, but Chad Alexander was just with the Jets as well. So Chad knows the Jets board presumably up and down at this point, and would obviously be able to make that instant connection. There was a trade a few years ago. I forget who it was, but Ian Cunningham and the Eagles had like a direct line of communication the entire process. And Ian Cunningham and Howie ended up working out a trade for the Eagles to come up for the Bears kind of deal, if I remember correctly. So the assistant GM that had his introductory press conference and got one question, potentially holding the cards for the Chargers tonight, is another interesting storyline here.
Yeah, if you want to extend that even further, technically like Andy Bischoff from the Giants. I don't know if he'd know the board, but there's some internal discussions there, of course. Yeah. So plenty of names, plenty of connections. I'm going to go on a limb and say Harbaugh talks to everyone. Ortiz. The good thing about Ortiz and him being in the league for so long and being in charge of college scouting so much for so long, he's got connections with everyone. The Ravens make trades all the time. That phone is hot all the time. So there's plenty of connections. There's no, even though he's a first-time GM, this doesn't feel like Telesco,
Yeah, no, he's going to have a stronger hold to it, I think. And even with the college coaches, Danny Jeremiah has pointed out that Joe Ortiz is very close with a few of the SEC coaches, particularly Nick Saban and Kirby Smart. So, Alabama, Georgia players, I think, could be, selections for the Chargers tonight.
Yeah, we've been anti-Notre Dame, and it's hilarious that now with an SEC-oriented general manager, and then, of course, Jim Harbaugh with Michigan, now they're going to go with a Notre Dame player potentially at 5.
Yeah. I see some questions in the chat about which coverage is better. I watch NFL Network. I think they are the better collection of talent evaluators, as well as reporters, as well as the host. I think they do the draft the best. If I were not streaming, that's who I would be watching. ESPN, I just think they do. I don't think they do the draft right. I don't think they have really anybody on that set that actually studies and grades players, and then they just talk about quarterbacks the entire time. Like with the Chargers would be on the pick with pick 23 potentially, and they'd be like, hey, well, Caleb Williams went number 1. It's like, okay, we've moved on. So I would watch NFL Network if I were watching the draft. That's who you'll hear when I make the transition to picks is the NFL Network cast. So that's who I prefer.
Great. So thanks for killing our shot at going on ESPN anytime soon. I have NFL Network on, and I think it one, I love Rich Eisen. I think he's great. And 2, Daniel Jeremiah is the most plugged in. He will cover the Chargers. I'm going to go on a limb and say Daniel Jeremiah will talk about the Chargers. So I do prefer their stream overall. I have NFL Network on right now. It's weird to have it muted, so I'm trying to I'm going to watch.
Ian Rappaport's doing something right now, and I'm like, what is he talking about?
All right, there could be complete chaos right now, and I'm just sitting over here eating a pizza.
Yeah.
So that's life.
Speaking of the Schoon family, got Mama Schoon in the chat. Always appreciate it.
And since day one, she's been my longest fan.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
I would hope so, at least.
I would think so. Yeah, I'm going to go on a limb and say her. Yeah.
We got Jacob Finasso in the chat. Thanks for doing what y'all do. Thank you for the support. I'm at the Dave & Buster's event and can't listen in, but nice. Yeah, I just love y'all. Yeah. Sounds like there's a ton of people in the Die Hard Bolt Club, watch party over at Dave & Buster's. So hopefully you guys have a great time. Hopefully you have some good food, play some games. I feel like Dave & Buster's would actually be a great place to watch the draft, because if you get bored, you can just go play some games. Take your kids and they can have some fun. So I feel like that's a good call from Die Hard Bolt Club doing their event over at Dave & Buster's.
Yeah, I really wanted to go to Dave & Buster's. I just had like an itch to go. So my family and I, we all went, and we did the axe throwing game, which is it's like a fake axe, but it's still very heavy, and you actually throw it at a target and it sticks in the target. And I think my dad and we threw it I feel like 20 different times, and maybe it stuck twice. My mom went and threw it, and I think maybe 17 out of 20 times that thing stuck on the bullseye. Couldn't believe it. So my mom is literally good at everything. She always hits the bullseye and is always hitting the bullseye in her prize picks as well. All right, next up from Mr. Sarl, I believe, following a loan from, is it Aceros? Across the pond in Denmark. Luckily, I have the day off tomorrow. Hope the pick will be worth losing sleep over. The good news is they might pick at 5, so that's great. So that takes care of that. You can go to sleep early. They also might trade up to 31 if they'd like from the second round, so you never know. But yeah, I think it's worth losing sleep over no matter what. It's exciting. I even just because we've watched all these players, it's fun to watch everyone at different spots and go, oh my gosh, this team, that team.
Yeah.
The Lions were so entertaining last year, right? For reasons that were most so why'd you take a linebacker that early? But the draft panned out okay.
Yeah, Denmark. I have some Denmark in my heritage, so Mr. Sarr and I might be like distant cousins. It wouldn't surprise me. Shout out Denmark and anybody else that's watching over there. So appreciate you guys. Yeah. So we talked about least favorite fits for the division rivals the other day. Peter Schrager had the Chiefs trading up for Marius Mims, and I will lose my shit if that happens. That is so unfair to have that potential because Andy Heck is a great offensive line coach. I will be so upset if they get Marius Mims in the draft tonight.
I don't know who the Chiefs are picking. Whoever they pick, I'm gonna hate it.
Yeah.
Like the good news is they got the edge rusher last year, who I liked, but it's like, okay, phew. Not a receiver, not a tackle they might have needed, although at the time I guess they didn't really need one. So I'm glad they got the edge rusher that they did at the time, but they're going to go receiver or tackle this year, and I'm going to hate it. If they find a way to trade up for something like Brock Bowers for some reason and just pass the torch to the next generational tight end who's going to be a Hall of Famer, I'll hate that. 100%. I'll hate whatever they do. It could be Trey Benson. I'll hate it.
It could be Blake Corum, and I probably would hate it. No, but we were in Vegas when they took Sky Moore, and we all really liked Sky Moore in the draft. And we were like, "Are you freaking kidding me? Like, no way!"
Yeah.
And Sky Moore hasn't really done anything in the league, so that's the draft. That's the draft.
Take that.
Right there. All right, next one here from Gary. Assuming a trade down in the first round that nets us 11 and 23, why not a CB or defensive line with that first pick?
Great question. I personally would probably go that route. I would love to go with Johnny Newton, Byron Murphy, Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, whoever they pick as their best player. I'd love that at 11. And I would go defense potentially 11 and 23. I wouldn't mind that. Chargers fans would riot, but I would get it. You trade back to 11 consistently, 23 consistently. There's a great defensive tackle. There's a great corner just sitting there. Even at 23, you can get an edge rusher. I don't think they'll trade back and double dip defense, but I would kind of get it. If they're a team that is going to run the ball a lot and Herbert is not designed to throw the ball more than 20 times a game, let's say, you got to play defense. Chargers have no defense. They have some good edge rushers, some good pieces, but they need a lot in the secondary, on defensive at defensive tackle, at linebacker. So I would get it if they go, hey, I think our line is actually set. We'll use the strength of the draft to get receiver later on because we're not throwing it a ton. Let's go defense, double dip in the first round. I'd get it because it matches their play style.
Yeah, I think for me, getting the chance at corner 1 or DT1 at 11 is what I would prefer. But I think it's going to be Latham at 11 unless somebody takes him before they pick at 11. So 23 for me, depending on like who's on the board, I think this team would really like Cooper DeJean. I would not be shocked if that's the selection. I don't know if he makes it to that point. Alex Katzen has connected the dots between the Chargers and Nate Wiggins several times before. Jesse Minter was at the pro day. They've had him in for a visit. They've met with him at the combine. There's a lot of Nate Wiggins Chargers connections. And if that's the pick at 23, I wouldn't be shocked either. I think taking corner off the board early does make some sense for them because then you get to later rounds discussion. And it's like, well, this guy's maybe a slot. This guy's maybe outside. Maybe he can do a little bit of both. If you just want your true outside corner 1, taking him at 23, I think is a fine selection. And I've talked about Cooper DeJean a few times before being like the most underrated player by Chargers fans, and I stand by that. Him or Nate Wiggins, Kool-Aid McKinstry as well, if that's who they would prefer. I would be stoked to get one of those corners at 23.
Yeah, as would I. Oh my gosh, if you can trade back and get one of those corners at 23, you're feeling great. There's so many question marks about, again, you fall to round 2 for a reason. You're going to round 3 for a reason. Yeah. There's something that's not quite perfect. Maybe it's medicals, maybe it's testing. Kamari Lassiter, okay, hey, I really like him. He'll never be our outside guy. Max Sanderstill, well, he's only our slot guy. Kyrie Jackson, it's age. It's the Alabama suspension, that sort of thing. So not that, Wiggins at 178 pounds is, a perfect prospect, or Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean, not that they're perfect, but they check more boxes. They've had more questions answered about them. So yeah, I would get it. I'd be all for it because this team desperately needs corner. But trade back overall, I'm for. I was with Charger Chat, and we're talking about the draft, and I said the number 1 need for this team isn't corner or tackle or edge or receiver. It's just more players. Like that really is the number 1 need for this team. It's more players. That's the number 1 thing they need to address. So I get it, but again, I maintain I'm receiver at 5.
Yeah, no, I totally get it too. So it is 5 o'clock. Looks like we should be getting Roger Goodell's, opening statement shortly, but we'll keep going here. There's a lot of super chats to get to, so appreciate you guys. We're up to 1,500, almost 1,600. So you guys are awesome. We
I guess I'm eating this
greatly
pizza.
appreciate it. Huh?
I guess I am eating this pizza. I said at 2,000 I'd eat this thing, and I gotta.
Yeah, there you go. LA Chargers fan says he wanted Harbaugh. I wanted Ortiz. Whatever they decide to do, I will support it. I have my preferences just like everyone, but I will trust the vision. I think that's probably where I land as well. I mean, at the end of the day, like, this is part of choosing this regime, right? And we know that they have a specific plan in motion. We know that they have an identity set, and at least it's an identity. Like, the Chargers did not have an identity for the last 12 years of my fandom. Now they have one. If it doesn't fit perfectly with like who I want in the draft, like, so be it. But I think I trust this regime over time to figure out the best way to maximize Justin Herbert and this Chargers squad. You're not going to get a perfect team in the first year of the regime. So I think this is the right approach, but I'm not going to, discourage anybody to fan a certain way.
Yeah, I'm here for the patience. I've been a fan for longer now. I'm turning towards 30, which is not old by any means, but I've now been a fan out of my high school years and college years, so I've been through enough ups and downs, and it's been a lot of downs. Like, it hasn't been a great fandom overall. Some fine moments, but nothing
That's so
really
sad.
Yeah, great. That
when you put it like that.
Well, I mean, our highest point is the Chargers beating Baltimore in the wild card game. Like, that is kind of our highest point, and half of a wild card game against Jacksonville. Like, that's kind of it. So I'm here for whatever. I have preferences. I've said, like, with Keenan Allen, I didn't like him being traded. I understand the process. Let's see the vision. That's how I feel here too. Let's see what they have in store and let it play out. And if it flames out, oh well. But we all, 98% of us wanted Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Even if he was your second option, you wanted Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah.
So let's see what they got.
Yeah, that's totally fair. And there are other receivers. This is probably the best top 3 ever. I think that's comfortable to say. But you and I both really like Ladd McConkey, Jalen Polk, Xavier Legette. There are some other options on day 2 that would make sense. And they could take a receiver next year in the first round if they want to.
Yeah, I am curious how they approach this year versus next year. Like, is it better to get their offensive lineman in here now than next year draft a receiver early, sign a receiver because they have so much money, whatever they got to do? Is that how they decide to make that push all in, because they feel like they got to get the tackle now? I don't know. Because the other thing is, I couldn't tell you about next year's class, honestly. I know number 4 from Arizona is a pretty good receiver. I've heard of other couple names that went back to school. Otherwise, I really couldn't tell you about next year's draft. I bet you Harbaugh could. I bet you Ortiz could. So there is an aspect of future projection that might be here. With that said, we just watched the Chargers take a receiver in round 1 in a bad receiver class and no tight end in a great tight end class, and then have the options be limited reverse wise this upcoming class. So doesn't mean that you always have the foresight.
Yeah, it's very true. Very true. Ashley Hollick says, thanks for the ongoing content. Been a fan for years. Regardless of the result, excited for the future. Appreciate you, Ashley, and appreciate the support all these years over the podcast tenure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ashley. I am excited for the future. No matter what, there's a lot to go. Even if round 1 we disagree, there's so many other rounds. There's 8 more picks at minimum. Like, a lot of talent will be added today, and I think, or this weekend, and some good talent.
Yep. Theodore in here says, can you please tell my wife Ivy that I am the champion at fantasy football? Ivy, Theodore is the champion at fantasy football. You should let him do more leagues and have a great time with that.
Yes, Ivy is the not Ivy. Gosh darn it! I'm sorry, Theodore. I ruined it for you. Theodore is the champion at fantasy football, but he should stop listening to me about fantasy football because I'm the worst at it. So whenever we do some fantasy football coverage, just turn off the TV. You have my permission.
Yeah. Unless it's daily fantasy. We're good at daily fantasy.
Yeah,
ish.
My mom can do prize picks.
Yeah. Michael De La Rosa says Tyler's hair is perfect. Steven might be a closet. Steven might be a closet Oregon Ducks fan. Obviously joking, as you see all the Utah decor over my shoulder. All love, keep up the hard work, guys. Wide receiver at 5. Thank you, Michael De La Rosa, for the super chat.
Closet Oregon Ducks fan. Honestly, I think actually I could be a closet Utah fan because I feel like I champion some of these Utah players. They're just kind of good though. Tends to be mostly the defensive guys, but I don't quite understand why they're as far down as they are on some of these boards. I think all the Utah players in this draft are underrated. Thank you for the hair comment, though. I appreciate that. Wide receiver at 5, I'm all for it.
Yeah, Oregon has some good NFL prospects for sure, especially like, over the last few years with like linemen and corners. Some of the quarterbacks obviously should have led with that one. That's my mistake, but it is what it is. But hopefully you guys go wreck the Big Ten. Gabriel Caldera, when it's all said and done and you look back at this year's draft process, what are some of your favorite moments, debates, prospect watches, guests on the show, etc.? Appreciate Gabriel in here as always for the generous super chat there. Guests on the show, like that's been more Alex's thing this time around. We've had some great conversations with Trevor Sikkema. That's been really cool. We got to do a series with him. He did a dueling mock draft episode. So that was really fantastic. Alex has crushed the interview process. So he's had Mina Kimes and Field Yates and all those guys on. So getting Mina Kimes on the show, even if it wasn't like me doing the interview, that was pretty cool. Favorite prospect watch or debate with Tyler. Let's see. I'm trying to think there. We both really, really like Johnny Newton, like right out the gate. We messaged back and forth about that. That was a fun one. So I guess I would choose that one.
Yeah, great call. So favorite moments. I really liked the reinvention of the process that we kind of tried out this year. We usually do the top 10 rankings, top 8, whatever's, and it just kind of can become stale. It can be a bit rushed. It's not as organic. It's been fun to just explore the entire consensus board as we want. And listen, I didn't even get to 10 linebackers or safeties. And you know what? That felt great. If we had to do a top 10 linebackers episode, I wouldn't be here. I would literally be doing anything else because that was awful. I quit. So not having to do that, doing something a bit different was awesome. I like the riskiest. I like the safest prospects. My guys are big board, etc. Prospect watch. So many players. This is my favorite class that I've watched. I have favorite players from other classes. Like I don't know if there'll ever be another favorite watch like Penei Sewell. I think that was my favorite, just pure watch because it was ridiculous what he could do. But I loved watching this class and just diving through. You hear about certain classes. Okay, like how are they actually? This receiver class held up. This corner class definitely held up. I think the running backs in general have been the most surprising. I think looking through the running backs that are like, this was not considered a good running back class, and it's not a great one, but it's very deep. I think rounds like 3 through 7, and really like on day 3, you can look at some of these names, not perfect, but watching like Rasheen Ali or Dylan Lobb or some of these guys on day 3. It was fun watching these guys. So I think the running back group overall, favorite guest. And we've had some really good guests. I do want to, he'll never listen to this, but like Trevor Sikkema consistently going on our show and dealing with us and staying longer than normal. Like you can tell when some guests are like, let's kind of wrap this thing up. With him, he probably would have sat there for 2 more hours. Totally gracious with his time. I know he works his ass off. So I appreciate him.
Yeah, 100%. My probably favorite prospect to watch in general this year is probably Leatu Latu. I love watching pass rushers, and a pass rusher who has like a plan and just like executes it. And you can go through one specific game and be like, in the third quarter, here's a rep that he won based off of a move that he won in the first quarter. It's just so refreshing. And then he's violent, and then he's tenacious, and the effort and everything like that. That's a guy I loved watching this year. The talent you can probably debate, but like, man, the film was just a ton of fun. Sometimes there's just a prospect who you can watch 6 games of these cut-ups and just have no issues, and that was certainly one of those guys. So I have to give a shout out to Leatu Latu in that regard.
Great call there. The prospects that make you go, you get to 3 games and you go, let's just do more. Let's go find 2, 3 more games. I don't care if I have to hold off on watching somebody else. Latu is definitely one, because the first game I watched was the game against USC, where it felt like he made 25 different plays that game. That was ridiculous. Gabriel Murphy has an excellent game against, I think, Oregon State or Oklahoma State, one of those two.
That was a state too,
Oh, it's Washington State. There's a state in there. It's a state school, and it was a fantastic watch. Yeah, he was great. I think Ray Davis, finding out the story of Ray Davis was fantastic. So rooting for him the whole way. A lot of these guys. Joanne Briggs, the defensive line from Cincinnati. Fun watch. And then you find out he's a singer and he loves to sing for in school. Like just a really cool process. And of course, just it's been fun.
Yeah, there's always the guys who you like are sleepers, who you think are like nice sleepers, and then like they just crush the draft process and end up being like top 50 players consensus. And you feel like, man, like I really found something with this guy. Like Rook, I feel like was that for me. He was one of the first defensive tackles that I really liked and watched. I actually watched him before Byron Murphy, and then now he's like consensus top 50. So he was a ton of fun to watch. Some of these corners are great to watch because corners can be such a drag. But yeah. All right. Well, the Chicago Bears are officially on the clock. I missed it, but there was like a ton of Lions players out on the stage with Roger Goodell. Eminem was out there. So seems like Detroit was all kinds of fired up, but Chicago Bears on the clock at number 1 overall. I feel like they could have just announced this like right away. We all know this is going to be Caleb Williams. So I guess the interesting thing here to watch is going to be how long exactly do the Bears take of this time.
Yeah, in the chat, let us know when you think that the pick will come in. So it's 9 minutes and 18 seconds on my TV right now. What do you think? 4 minutes left? 4.5 minutes left? Let us know.
Yeah, 4.5, 5.
Yeah, you're not going to win anything, but you can win bragging rights. We'll try to move through these super chats because we want to definitely clear them before we get to our pick. From Craig, follow for a long time. Love the content all the way from England, not New England. Thanks for all the hard work you guys put in. Nabers or Odunze for me. Thank you so much. My parents went to England recently. Loved it. Nabers or Odunze would certainly be awesome. Aaron here. Aaron Woolley. There's a long history of Alabama offensive tackles being mediocre in the NFL. What makes Latham different? Love and appreciate you guys.
Well, I mean, there's also a history of them being like good players. Like, I don't think Jonah Williams is like, I think he's a fine player. I think too early on Evan Neal. DJ Fluker managed to play 10 years in the NFL and is still trying to play back. So sometimes it's a lot of fit, but I think there's an interesting thing about Alabama prospects in general. Some people think that they get like maxed out in college. So obviously I hope that's not the case with JC Latham, if that is the choice of the Chargers. I don't think it will be. But the way that Latham is described online for those who are like against the pick is as like a DJ Fluker 2.0. And Fluker was absolutely like a slow plodding, didn't have a ton of like range and athleticism to his game. He was like strictly power and strictly like violent and stuff like that. A lot of people did project him in guard. So there are some similarities there, but I went and rewatched JC Latham earlier this week before all the hype train kind of came out. And I was just really impressed with his range, his ability to explode out of his stance, his ability to get to the second level on run blocking plays. So I think he didn't test for whatever reason. I think there's some injury stuff there, but I think he is much more athletic than a lot of the guys. And he's definitely more powerful than like a Jonah Williams type as well.
Yeah, I'd agree. So I guess the issue is I didn't watch DJ Fluker and I didn't watch Jonah Williams. So I couldn't tell you what the differences are. I'll tell you by far and away. And I don't know how popular the opinion was. It feels a bit revisionist history, but we described Alex Leatherwood as the nightmare scenario for the Chargers at 11 or back in the day.
I forget that he was a thing, to be honest.
Yeah. No, we thought, okay, this is a guy that should go in the second round. So what's the most nightmare thing they could do? And we thought, okay, well, maybe if Slater's not your type and you want some athletic, whatever, like go Leatherwood. So we didn't like him. Like I don't generally do this. If you guys have followed enough, I don't do this. I rarely throw out the lazy word. I don't want to say that someone is not playing hard all the way through, but just watching him, it was like, I don't know about this. And then of course the Raiders took him and went, okay, you're this tackle, you're a guard, you're moving this side, you're moving that side. It was just a bad process overall. The Raiders could not develop. They didn't use him like any particular good way. So a really bad fit overall too.
Yeah. And a lot of these prospects, it is landing spot, but there were real effort concerns with Leatherwood. He was probably, I would say, more athletic than Latham. Didn't have nearly the power that Latham has. Like Latham has extremely strong core to him and the torque ability, the ability to anchor down against bull rushes. I think he's a different kind of level of prospect. And Evan Neal, Latham, that's probably more of a similar conversation. Neal not working out yet. I don't really know what's going on there, but the Giants have, like cycle through offensive line coaches and stuff like that. It's been hardly an ideal situation for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, next one here from Make the Transition says he bought 1 gigabyte speed of internet just for today. Let's go. I love that dedication. And he says that JC Latham would give him DJ Fluker deja vus. Well, hopefully we just change your mind to make the transition, because I do disagree with that take after having watched Fluker play his career with the Chargers.
Yeah, definitely. As usual, don't scout the helmet. If there's some similarities in the prospect, I wouldn't know. I didn't watch Fluker, but Ohio State quarterbacks don't take them. Oregon quarterbacks don't take them, and they're doing all right.
They're 2 of the best 6 quarterbacks in the league right
now.
Yeah. Aldo Vicente says, thank you guys for all the amazing content all draft season. Appreciate it. You guys rule. So pumped to watch tonight. I grew up in San Diego, but now live in New England, surrounded by filthy Pats fans. Ooh, that's got to be tough. Although the Patriots obviously are not super good, but as a middle schooler, high schooler, that would have been terrible for me.
Yeah, that's rough. At that point, honestly, if I were, so he grew up in San Diego, so he's got his fandom. If I were 12, 13, and then I had to move to New England, I'd probably just been being a Patriots fan, which sucks, but I've always rooted for my local teams. And at that point, yeah, it's kind of your local team.
Yeah, and especially if you were young enough, like nobody would have held that against him. But is what it is. All right, the pick is in. So I think it was like just under 4 minutes.
I'm glad I was paying attention.
Elron Hoyabembe. I think he changed the name recently, but he says, here's to turning 30, Tyler. We are at the best point in our fandom now. I am 30, so congratulations to anybody else who's approaching 30. But yeah.
For what it's worth, I'm approaching 29, and then I'll be 30. So
yeah. You got another 18 months, right? Ish.
Yeah. So I'm a July birthday, so I guess about 15 months.
Gotcha. So Forgotten LOCal again. So when is Herbert to Minnesota trade dropping? He's had that bit in the chat for some time, so I appreciate the commitment to the bit, Forgotten. But yeah, never, obviously. I loved Adam Schefter's response to that when he was like, there's no chance in hell. And I was like, thank you, Adam Schefter. A rare W from Adam Schefter. Yeah.
Greenberg giveth and taketh, I guess, on that show. But last one here from Bolt Brett. Bolt Brett, been with us for a while, literally doing work like with us, for us, etc. Great graphics. We basically stole them when the Harbaugh news dropped. So thanks, Bolt Brett.
Yep.
If we get a wide receiver after all, y'all better do handstands. I'll let Steven do this one.
I'm not doing a handstand. I will get a concussion if I try to do a handstand, and I do not want that.
All right, sounds good.
But
I'll avoid the handstands on the live stream. I want to make it through day 3, right? I don't need to go on IR. Oh, is he announcing it for you?
Yep.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams.
No way! I'm kidding. Yeah. Crazy.
People are booing them. I love it because it's in Detroit. It's fantastic. I love it. Yeah. All right, so the Chicago Bears just picked Caleb Williams. The Washington Commanders are on the clock. Some minor intrigue here. There's been a lot of Jaden Daniels talk. Ooh, nice suit from Caleb Williams tonight. I like that.
Is that Adidas?
I don't know, but it's like a double-breasted suit, and then it's a zipper. It zips down. I like it. Looks cool.
Yeah, I'm too fat for that.
If you're too fat for that, I'm definitely too fat for
that. We'll get matching suits when they win the Super Bowl. How about that?
There we go. Yeah. Roger Goodell also apparently had like back surgery recently, and like people were like, oh, like he might not be able to hug the guys. I'm like, who cares? Just give them the normal high five, handshake. Anyways, Washington Commanders here on the board at number 2 overall. Some minor intrigue because there was like that Top Golf thing, and people like made a big deal about it. His agent didn't like the fact that they made them go to Top Golf. So I think this is going to be Jaden Daniels, but there is a little bit of like Drake May, JJ McCarthy hype out there as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the Commanders do here.
I'd be intrigued by that.
We are almost to 2,000 viewers, by the way.
I literally have eaten one piece. I'm at this first piece of pizza. Granted, I have to do a talking thing on this show. It's not like I just sit here and stuff my face. But yeah, I didn't realize I bought this big of a cheese pizza, and so well, thanks guys. Thanks for making me eat this pizza. Now
Where'd you get the pizza from?
I don't even remember. It was on DoorDash, and I was like, screw it, I need pizza. So I got a pizza from like a pizza to something.
All right. It wasn't like your favorite pizza spot or anything like that?
It was like, it looked like a good piece of pizza, and I was like, all right, cool, let's do it. I'm going with that one. Which is maybe how the Chargers draft tackle tonight.
You guys here in the chat, what are you eating / drinking tonight while we wait for the Commanders pick here? So I said this earlier. I'm probably gonna DoorDash Wingstop later. We had pizza last weekend. We had some friends over, stuff like that. So I'm gonna go with Wingstop later. Nathan Transition says that he's eating pho and pizza. Oh, he's asking what he should. If you're sick, I think you should probably eat some pho.
Yeah. Have some of that. Throw some, whatever you got to do in there. Yeah. Pho's great when you're sick. That's kind of a go-to.
Yeah.
Pizza.
You have a favorite pho place down there?
There's a place there used to be one called, well, it's close. So I guess it doesn't really matter. That was great because they would actually instead of just throwing the bland chicken in there, they'd actually prep it, make it really good, and grill it and throw it in there. So good. There's a Fans 55 over here by us that's pretty good. So honestly, though, if it's a place that sells pho, they're generally about the same.
Yeah,
you can just order some more things from some better spots.
Yeah. Ooh, somebody made Thai tom yum soup. Nice.
Roast in the crock pot. Yeah, so my wife made pork shoulder. We made tacos. So I actually ate. That was my dinner, and this pizza is just my sustenance.
Yeah. Russ Becker, shout out Salt Lake City, Utah. Shout out to the Pie. That's the best pizza place I have ever been to, and I miss that dearly. Every time we go back to Utah, me and Brooke always get the Pie. It's the best pizza that I've had probably in my life. And there's probably some nostalgia and home cooking factor there as well. So shout out Russ, fellow Utah.
Totally get that. There's a place in Fountain Valley we all went to called Full Moon Sushi. Feel free to be a sponsor at any time, guys. And it's not even the best sushi by any means, but it was always really cheap, but solid sushi. And we just would always go there. You get your California roll or whatever, $3.50, or Philly roll or rainbow roll or whatever it was. Always so cheap. So there's something about just going to there and sitting at the old tables. Yes, we're already talking about food. We're wrapping up an offensive line pick here.
Yeah. Oh man, it's so funny to me how I wonder who the first person was just hey, you know what sounds great during football? Some chicken wings. And now it's just universal football food. Same thing with pizza. I don't know. Interesting. Looks like the Commanders are making a call to somebody, so it looks like their pick is probably wrapping up soon.
Okay, sounds good.
Pork shoulder tacos. Yeah. That sounds really good right now.
Yeah, had that. Threw the tortillas on the stove, got them all heated up and good, and then so good. And there's plenty of leftovers. You buy a big old pork shoulder.
Oh yeah, lasts you forever.
Yeah, lasts forever. So it's great. So by Saturday, probably won't be eating it by Saturday. Caleb Williams throwing to Keenan Allen. Good luck, buddy. I got to root for Keenan, but for Caleb, because he's throwing to Keenan. I want him to do well.
Yeah, it's a great spot for a quarterback to land to. I'm curious to see what they do with the 9th pick, but it kind of does sound like they are going to trade that pick. Okay, the Commanders pick is in. But man, if they can get Rome Odunze there too, you get Caleb Williams, Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, and DJ Moore. Cooking with gas.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in a good spot, man. I don't know how it'll all turn out, but they've done a really good job clearing things out and resetting. I hope for the Chargers in the next couple of years.
Ian Rappaport's talking. What's he talking about?
Should I go in the draft? Peter said to Ayuk, it's not a 5th rounder, should probably go back. Jane Daniels never forgot that. Before his visit to the Commanders, he was a little miffed that there were several other quarterbacks there with him, and Dan Quinn and Peters picked him up, and he met straight with the owner, and he was back in, very excited. Potentially to be with the Commanders. Yeah, that was last week.
I don't know. No idea.
You could hear that pretty good, though.
Yo, yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
1,991. It's almost my birth year. I think we're at Stevens. Are you 94?
94, yeah.
We're so close.
We're at 1990. 94, woo!
Happy birth year, buddy. Oh, Washington Spick is in if you want to play it.
Yep. Goodell's coming out.
Is the first Washington draft choice of the post, Dan Snyder.
You guys in the chat can hear this pretty good?
Here's the Josh Harris,
Let us know.
Johnson et al. Era. Who is the first pick of Washington tonight?
With the second pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jaden Daniels.
All right. Did you watch quarterbacks this year?
Just like in passing. I do not agree with this pick. I would have taken Drake May, but I think anybody who was a Jaden Daniels fan never really talked about his tendencies to run into 8 defenders for no damn reason. Yeah. So I would have taken Drake May, but that's just me. Looks like Jaden Daniels just gave a big hug to Malik Nabers and to Marvin Harrison Jr. So that's fun. It's also funny to me watching like Jaden Daniels be this draft guy, because when he was at Arizona, at Arizona State, I was never really like, oh my gosh, like this is a future like NFL guy. I was like, he's fine, but
yeah,
he threw for there was a game against Utah. He threw for 25 yards. He was like 4 of 20 and ran and threw for 25 yards, and Arizona State had like negative 100 yards of total offense that day. So that's fun.
That's great. I can't think of any quarterbacks who have faced Utah, not done well, and then gone second overall.
Weird. Weird.
I think Daniels is better than Zach Wilson for what it's worth, but
yeah, I do too. Definitely better than Zach Wilson.
Yeah,
I probably would have had, like, if you're tiering it, I would have had Caleb and Drake in the same tier. Drake is second. Then I would have had Jaden Daniels in probably his own tier as QB3, and then everybody else after that. I feel like, I mean, I hope McCarthy is somebody that can be traded up for the Chargers' sake, but I never really understood that conversation. To me, him and Bo Nix are like the same quarterback, just one's younger.
Gotcha. I guess Zion and Slater at a draft party. They probably want to tackle.
Yeah, Derwin is there too, or at least did an interview with Chris Harry, I guess, and said that he wants a wide receiver, or at least endorses a wide receiver.
Super chat from Tim Stewart. Please don't crucify me if we draft Blake Corum, and I am excited. Really just depends on when.
Yeah. Tim is also a Michigan fan, so I get it.
So is Arjun, and he's like, no, thank you. No.
That's because Arjun's an analytics guy, and Blake Corum is like literally the worst running back in the draft from a data perspective.
I don't think he would have taken Bijan Robinson at 100 because of analytics. So he would have gone from CB 18. So
no, I get it, man. I mean, he's, if you're a Michigan fan and you're also a Chargers fan, I completely understand. But I just think like this team cannot afford to take a running back until day 3. Like they have way too many needs. And if you're going to take a Michigan player, just take like one of the better ones, like take Junior Colson or Mikey Zamerstill or Junior Colson, please.
Yeah. All right, getting some Jaden Daniels highlights to it was Arizona State highlights we're starting with.
Yeah.
He's got touch and accuracy. Yeah, there's Malik Nabers destroying for his second touchdown over, I believe, Dick, Mary, and Robinson.
Or Richardson,
excuse me.
Yeah. Man, this dude, the number 2 on LSU, also the wide receiver, he can play too, man. Like that's the other thing is like this guy had 3 legit top guys to throw to, so should be interesting. All right, Patriots here at number 3.
Pick is in.
Pick is in already. Ooh, okay. We're coming down to the crunch time here. Then, if the pick is already in for the Patriots, if the pick is in that quickly, that means that they love one of these other guys. So, again, I would take Drake May here, but there was like a little Patriots JJ McCarthy talk earlier today as well. So
we'll see. This is, I mean, people have said this is where the draft begins. And
Here's
then we're going to be
Ian
this is gonna be
Rappaport's
the
talking,
worst
sorry.
next 10 minutes of our life.
The Patriots to try to get them off the number 3 overall pick. In the end, the Patriots opt likely for their franchise quarterback rather than a big-time trade.
Does that make us? Does it surprise you?
All right, so Rappaport saying the Vikings try to trade up, Patriots sticking and picking a quarterback here.
Okay, just to make the things, just because I don't want to see it in the chat. I'm going to get rid of. I'm not looking at the chat anymore. It is going to be as it happens.
Yeah. Again, please do not spoil picks. I'm probably delayed because I'm watching it on my iPad, but especially when the Chargers get on the clock, please do not spoil.
Sounds good. Almost there. See the pick. I can't believe the pick is already in. Congratulations. It's because our former fan moved to New England. Thanks for rushing that in for us, so we didn't have to wait for too long.
Yeah, appreciate you. I forgot that Joe Klatt does NFL draft covers now.
Yeah, he popped on the screen. And I'm like, wait, what? I didn't know that he was going to be part of this broadcast, but I'm all for it.
Oh man, coming down the stretch here, you guys.
And Goodell's walking out for me.
All right.
But at least we're about to hear who the latest New England Patriot is.
With the third pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Drake May.
Okay.
North Carolina.
All right. JJ
So-
McCarthy watch
fuck.
has
Yeah.
begun.
JJ McCarthy watch has begun. Unfortunately, the league did not feel he was quarterback one. Now here we go with potentially the best or worst 10 minutes of our lives,
Yes.
waiting for the Cardinals to give the Cardinals such a good weapon they'll never need Matt Prater again.
I think he is not their kicker for what it's worth. I think he's finally done.
He's done all he needed to. They built him a statue.
Yeah, they built him a statue. All right. So this is officially JJ McCarthy watch. We'll see if a team is able to come up to number 4. We'll see if the Cardinals end up moving off of pick number 4. We have 2,100 of you guys here in the chat now, so appreciate you. Again, tonight's draft coverage is presented by our friends over at Prize Picks. Best and easiest way to use daily fantasy sports. prizepicks.com/guilty, code guilty at checkout. You will be hearing Prize Picks mentioned a few times tonight because that's what we've been instructed to do. So shout out to Prize Picks. Appreciate the partnership.
It's like it is almost like my brain ran out of thoughts now that we're here.
Yeah.
It's just anticipation. It's nervous anticipation. It's
like this morning I was like, I'll be fine. Like I'm not gonna get like too excited or worked up. And here I am. I'm like literally like shaking at what's about to happen. So I guess my gut feeling right now is that the Cardinals stick and pick Marvin.
Yeah.
But if Ian Rappaport comes back on and talks about stuff, I will play his little bit here. And then, we'll have some fun. Another quarterback prospect that I really liked into the AFC. So that's fun.
Yeah.
At least
Caleb.
NFC.
Yeah. No, if Caleb Williams had gone to, I don't know, who needs a team in the quarterback in the AFC? Well, the Raiders or the Broncos. Wouldn't have been great. Well, good for Mayo, good for that new regime. It's different. Like it's not. I hate the Patriots, but it's like it's not really the same thing anymore. That's all generally been torn down. So no, I just kind of hope new regimes do well.
Yeah. Have you been paying attention to like the Robert Kraft, like Bill Belichick stuff this year?
Only in the headlines and kind of in passing, but yeah, lovely situation.
Yeah. I don't understand like how it got to this point, but like Robert Kraft just like bashing Bill Belichick and telling people not to hire him. Like that's pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, obviously things weren't great, but I don't know. I guess maybe Bill can be.
I'm sure he's a
abrasive.
difficult person to work with, but
Yes. Thank you everyone for shouting out the jacket. I was going to wear another one that's a bit heavier, but this felt like a nice, easy jacket to throw on.
Yeah, I thought about putting on a jacket or something, but it is like a little warm here in Fresno,
Mhm.
so decided not to do
Yeah, I'm cranking on the AC soon. I'll be sweating out the Chargers pick
that.
for sure. Any final bold predictions? If Latham, came out of nowhere, right? What else could we potentially be looking at?
Bold predictions for like the draft in general.
Ooh, I mean the Chargers at 5.
Oh, Chargers at 5. No, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think they try and trade back. If they don't, I think they'll take. Well, I mean, we don't know officially what the Cardinals are doing yet, but I haven't seen anything from Ian Rappaport. Looks like they're potentially not trading. So
Yeah,
I think it's pretty straightforward. I really do. I think it is. It looks like the pick is in. Pick is in for the Cardinals. So no trade for the Arizona Cardinals. Woo!
Marvin, buddy, the jersey swaps of you were fantastic. I loved you in Chargers blue and gold in photos.
In photos, yeah.
I'll always remember those 3 seconds I thought Prater was going to make that field goal. The Chiefs backup quarterback was going to be my new jersey of choice.
Yeah, dude, I'll never forget. Like, I was standing up while the Chargers were playing with all their backups, watching the Cardinals game, hoping that the Cardinals would win. And they didn't. So that was a fun one. But yeah, man, the all of the swaps of Marvin to the Chargers, they were certainly fun.
Yeah. All right. So now with the
Like
pick
it,
in,
all shaken.
yeah, the pick's in. So we know who it's going to be. So now it's really going to come down to trade back or stick and pick. And let's see. So at least McCarthy is there.
Yep.
So that's good. But we'll see. I've asked every guest we've had on, is the McCarthy stuff real? Who's the guy that's really not going to be a part of this quarterback group? Because there's always somebody. So we'll see. Goodell's going to walk out. And yeah, well, it's been real all.
He's about to come out here and announce what the Cardinals decided to do by sticking and picking while the Chargers are already a minute and a half into their clock.
With the 4th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Marvin Harrison Jr.
Sounds good.
Like chalk so far, 1 through 4.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
I guess the draft starts now, even though
The draft starts now.
The draft
Chargers
starts
are 2
now,
minutes on the
again,
clock. Oh,
yeah.
sweat is happening now. The anxiety is real.
Yeah, so I'm gonna. You can go ahead and say it. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Don't spoil the pick for everybody else. I guess people watching ABC, they're ahead. That's fine. Like we'll be on NFL Network because it's NFL Network. A reminder to not spoil the picks in the chat. Wait.
Since Marvin's not a Charger, I guess we can like talk about him for a minute here. If you do not read The Beast, I strongly encourage you to do that. From Dane Brugler. Marvin Harrison Jr. was the 16th ranked prospect in Ohio State's 2021 class. 16 high school recruits that were graded higher than Marvin Harrison Jr. So that's crazy to me. Never made any sense. Wish him well in Arizona. He is the best wide receiver prospect I have ever studied. Would have loved him on the Chargers because he's just awesome.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to, at this point, I'm in our private chat just in case we need it.
Yep.
Ready for anything and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been real. I will not be buying the Marvin.
Feel free and drop your predictions if you want to.
Then run.
But yeah, man, I think we're probably about 4 minutes in at this point in time, maybe 5. So hopefully we get Ian Rappaport on here soon to announce a trade down. Otherwise, the Chargers will be sticking at picking at number 5. Whenever the Chargers do announce their pick, we have a slideshow for you guys. Of course, it will have some breakdown of the actual pick, what it means, some relevant information from the Beast. Should be a lot of fun. Hopefully, it's a pick that we all like.
Yeah, find out pretty soon. Okay. Final prediction, Steven. I'm not looking at the chat. I have no idea what's happening. So my TV's muted.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm hoping that a trade is about to happen. If they stick and pick, I think it's Joe Alt.
Yeah, I can't tell if too much with Latham so late feels right. So is it wrong to ignore everyone saying Latham if the Chargers stick and pick? But
Right.
either way, if they stick and pick, we'll see.
Mhm.
And are you completely out on the Neighbors idea in terms of predictions? By the way, we're at 2,500 people. I appreciate you
Yeah.
guys. Holy cow.
I think if it's a receiver here, I think they take Odunze. I do. I think Odunze is more their type. I think he checks more boxes for them, fits a need, fits a style, and it stands to reason that they would have these two players graded pretty similarly. So I think this is Odunze or Joe Alt if they stick and pick. So the pick is still not in, at least according to NFL Network. So maybe Joe Ortiz is working the phones.
Yeah.
I'm keeping an eye on it in case Ian Rappaport jumps on here, but
I know.
right now they're doing Marvin Harrison Jr. highlights.
How nice.
And there's a lot. He's so good.
Oh, man. Okay. So no
Right, so
pick
there's
You have a timer?
showing some there's 4 minutes and 18 seconds left for the Chargers on the clock, looks like.
Yeah, so they're probably filling offers, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Taking a good while.
Showing the crowd right now. 4 minutes officially left on the clock for the Chargers.
That crowd seems bigger than the first day at Vegas, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
You were
That
there?
looks like a
Yeah.
huge crowd. Arjun said that he actually... What?
I just went to a commercial.
Oh, yeah. Peyton Manning. Always on the draft as the Chargers are about to pick. They go to commercial. But yeah, Arjun said that they actually were not able to get in.
Really?
I think they had too many
Do they
people
know
and
who he
shut
is?
it down. Huh?
I said, do they know who he is? Half of his ear made the Chargers highlight hype video. Are you on commercial? You're on commercial?
Yeah, I'm on commercial on NFL Network.
Okay.
So, we have 2,500, almost 2,600 people in the chat. Appreciate you guys. We are 3 minutes on the clock, left on the clock, I should say. We are on commercial on NFL Network. I don't know about the other networks, but NFL Network is on commercial currently.
Yeah. Whatever's about to happen, I think the player will be good. Good news is the player will be good. We just have preferences. But
if the Chargers take JC Latham here, I know the value isn't great, but he's perfect for this team in terms of what they want. He's in a great situation. I do believe that they will be able to get the most out of him.
Yeah.
2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow, they're really taking this. Okay.
There's also a commercial still happening. So
yeah, I'm 2 seconds back from commercial. No, how do I hit skip on this TV?
Okay, now they're showing an NFL Plus commercial with last year's draft in it.
That's helpful.
2 minutes left.
Way down. They're using all the clock.
That's gotta be because they're working a trade, I would hope.
Yeah, I mean, I'm under 2 minutes at this point.
There's 143 comments that I have not read because I'm on our private chat on StreamYard. So
I'm just staring at the one comment I sent you about slides.
Wow, 1 minute and 40 seconds still on the clock.
Hey, Chargers, when I said move down, I didn't mean because you got your pick skipped. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. Sorry.
Still on commercial break also.
Still on commercial break, which maybe has part of it. The pick is in. They are sticking and picking.
The pick is in? I don't see that. Oh, pick is in. Shit. I'm stressed out, you guys. I told myself I was not going to be stressed out, and I am stressed out.
I'm anxiously but excitedly waiting this pick. That's how I feel right now. But we'll see.
I'm stunned.
You know what's funny is they're showing the Justin Herbert 20 touchdown passes in 2022. Remember when it was 25 on betting or something? And we're like, no way. Bet the over on that one. There's no way he'll have less than 25.
Yeah, he had 20 and he missed like 6 games.
Mm-hmm.
Again, please, the Chargers are picking here, so please do not spoil here. I know I'm probably behind on the iPad stream, but you know, it is what it is.
I don't know when they showed that draft room, but that's a dead draft room right now.
Yeah.
I don't know when that's from. Maybe it's much earlier, but okay. So first they're going to show us about them trading away Keenan Allen to the Bears. Thanks for the reminder. And now, and then first they show us Keenan being traded. Then they show us the Quentin Johnson selection.
Here's the fans.
And then Zion. So
I
don't want to hear what Daniel Jeremiah is saying.
You don't? Okay.
No, just they're showing his board. So he has, and again, like him, he has Odunze over Nabers. But we'll see. So he's got Joe Alt, number 8. Latham is not in his top 14, at least.
I think he was 17 for DJ. But yeah, he has Odunze, Nabers, Bowers, Alt, Arnold, Fuanga, Fautanu as the next best players here. He has Jared Verse up that high.
Okay, here comes Goodell.
Rafts with San Francisco, Jim Harbaugh traded down in the first round once, and he didn't do it tonight either. So the coach of the championship college team
In Harbaugh we
Michigan is
trust.
about to make his first choice as a Chargers HC. I see what you did. Thank you, brother.
With the fifth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Joe Alt, tackle.
All right.
Notre Dame.
Take the left tackle.
All right. So they went with Joe Alt here. It was only a surprise if you'd followed the Latham thing recently.
Yeah.
Definitely to get them sticking and picking. Definitely was a receiver guy. So yeah, Joe Alt is a Charger. I think that they went with the best offensive tackle available, and that's good. Like I think that maybe Latham, some of that discussion was them trading down and getting Latham, but here they probably couldn't get, they took that pick for quite a while. So they were probably trying to field better offers. They didn't get what they wanted. And so they went with Joe Alt. So you want to pull up the stuff?
Yeah, just real quick. I want to just kind of discuss it for a bit. So I think there was a lot of, saying like people were going to take JC Latham and then like it's not best player available. Georgie's line. Well, them taking Joe Alt over JC Latham to me is a strong indicator that they really had an extremely high grade on Joe Alt playing offensive tackle for the Los Angeles Chargers. So Joe Ortiz, in my opinion, stays true to his word. He was the highest graded player on their board. And listen, like I think there's going to be a lot of people here in the chat, I'm sure, that are not having a great time with an offensive tackle, but it's the best offensive tackle. That to me was the preference. If they were going to stick and pick and take an offensive tackle, Joe Alt was that guy. He is the best offensive tackle in this class. He's not the same level of prospect as Marvin Harrison Jr., but Joe Alt is a high first-round graded prospect for me. I ended up with him at 6 overall on my board. So this is definitely an identity pick. This is definitely a culture pick. This is a toughness pick. And Joe Alt's going to flip sides and play right tackle, I would assume, and be able to anchor down the right side of the offensive line for the next 10 years, hopefully with Rashawn Slater. So all the JC Latham stuff, turns out that they were just interested in the best offensive lineman available, and Joe Alt is that guy.
Yep. That's, I guess, the good news here, right? Joe Alt was prospect number 5 on the board. So in terms of the pick, like it's spot on. The transition to the right side will be interesting. The good news is, and Duke Manyweather has pointed out, he's very consistent in his film. His film is actually boring, and I said that. Like, you're going to get what you're going to get. I think he is the safest pick of the offensive linemen. The RAS is one of the best of all time. The work with Duke Manyweather is great. The PBE is great. The health, generally speaking, is fantastic. So and the coaching staff is fantastic. Like, they're going to get the most out of him. The Chargers will be in a good spot with Alt. There's nothing wrong with Joe Alt, the selection. I think they're going to have a great path for him. I think he's going to develop into a very, very good player and justify being selected at 5. it really just all comes down to, and I will not shy away from the criticism and skepticism, is this better than taking a receiver at 5?
Yeah.
Or taking one of what could have been a trade down offer for Latham, etc. But yeah, Joe Alt, it's kind of anticlimactic at that point, but it's a good player, and now it's time to see if it'll pay off.
Yeah, he the Giants pick is already in, so I think they're gonna go wide receiver here. Maybe JJ McCarthy, but we'll see how it goes. But at the end of the day, like Jim Harbaugh wants. Oh, we've passed 3,000 viewers also now. Fun fact.
Wow.
Jim Harbaugh wants to be a physical team. Like that's every single move to this point has shown that they are going to be a physical team. And protecting Justin Herbert, that's been a high priority for this Chargers regime as well. And Joe Alt definitely does that. So my favorite thing about Joe Alt that I watched him on tape is his ability to protect the corner. And what that means is basically like not allowing the opposing edge rushers to get around you on your outside shoulder. And this is a guy who's going to have to face Max Crosby twice a year. This is a guy who's going to have to face a bunch of these quality pass rushers. Every team has 2 quality pass rushers these days. And now you have Slater and Joe Alt. And I understand, I also wanted wide receiver, but now you have 2 potentially elite offensive tackles to protect Justin Herbert, run the football, take pressure off of him.
Mm-hmm.
I understand the wide receiver stuff, but if you look just at the offensive line, you have Slater, Zion, Alt. You find your center of the future later on. Oh, looks like the pick is in for the Giants.
The New York Giants select Malik Nabers.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, that's
Great
not a
selection.
fun situation for a wide receiver. Daniel Jones,
No,
quarterback, and
that's certainly one way to feel like you're right about Malik Nabers, is to have him go to the Giants.
yeah. Yeah, so I understand why people are upset about the wide receiver position. I think at the end of the day, the Chargers viewed this as a basically a competitive rebuild, and they just wanted to take their best player. And Alt was not my best player. He wasn't Tyler's best player. The guy just drafted was our best player. But the Chargers have an identity. They wanted to protect Justin Herbert. They want to run the football, and Joe Alt does that. So I have zero concerns about him playing the right side of the offensive line, and we can kind of share our slides here a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Why was he the selection? I think Harbaugh loves the trenches, and we've seen that come to fruition now. Alt was the offensive tackle number 1 on pretty much every board, across the way, offensive lineman number 1. And then OT options who fit the Harbaugh and Ortiz mold are pretty scarce, like we talked about earlier, after round 1. And then Tyler has on here, safer prospect. His pass blocking efficiency rating on PFF, 99 plus. His gap run blocking grade was really, really high, elite RAS. So, the bloodline here, his father was a 13-year Pro Bowl offensive tackle for the Chiefs. So I understand if you wanted wide receiver. I did too. But Joe Alt is a great pick here for the identity of what the Chargers are doing. And I think he is really, really safe, really high floor prospect. And, I'm excited to see what it looks like with him and Rashawn Slater protecting Justin Herbert all for hopefully the next 8 to 10 years.
Yeah, as am I. Part of maximizing Justin Herbert is also keeping him on the field. And
Yeah.
Herbert has had significant injuries several years in a row now. Even his rookie season, he got banged up a little bit, but you got to keep him on the field. And the good news is, like, they didn't go with Latham, who was definitely not the better pass protector here. So we've discussed Alt quite a bit. The trenches, the fit, the safe prospect stuff, everything. There's not a ton to dislike about Joe Alt. There's a ton to love about Joe Alt. It just comes down to, again, the selection, the difference there. And we can get into the depth chart at what that means for day 2. I've kind of been half working over here because I'm trying to.
I got you. We can finish some of this stuff from the Beast too.
Yeah.
This is, if you listen to Dane Brugler talk about Joe Alt throughout this process, his dad being an offensive lineman, but his dad didn't just pigeonhole him into playing offensive line growing up. He was actually like a quarterback, a tight end, and a defensive end in high school. He didn't play offensive lineman until he got to Notre Dame. And so this is a guy who still is on the rise. He still is a prospect who can continually get better. And I think, his ability to switch over to the right side, like this isn't a guy who's just been left tackle in high school, left tackle in college. He doesn't have any kind of positional versatility. He was initially Notre Dame's swing tackle as a freshman. And then he played in some, heavy packages as a tight end. And when Blake Fisher actually got injured, that's when he became the left tackle. And then he was so good that he just stayed there. So this is a guy who's taken high-end coaching. This is a guy who's taken a transition to the left tackle, right tackle. Looks like the pick for the Titans is in right now as well. But Joe Alt checks a ton of boxes. Obviously, he's the pick here, and people are still mad about the wide receiver thing. I get it. They can take a wide receiver on day 2 tomorrow, and we can kind of talk about that next year.
So no surprise here with the depth chart analysis, like for Slater, Johnson, Bozeman for now, Sawyer for now at right guard, and then Joe Walt will switch to right tackle. I haven't seen anything from the media that suggests Rashawn would switch. I doubt they would come out and say that. I doubt that's going to happen, but I haven't, I guess, seen anything officially confirm that. It now comes down to what you do on day 2. I'm curious if they have any interest in trading back into the first round for one of these wide receivers. Could they give up that 4th round pick, trade up to the 49ers, jump the Chiefs for a wide receiver? Does that happen? The other question, of course, and I have it here, is how committed to the bit are the Chargers with offensive line? Because you could very much say, like, if you can bench Trey Pipkins and all he's making, you could bench Jamari Sawyer, who was not a perfect right guard last season. Things weren't great. Now, maybe they feel the Alt-Sawyer pairing is really strong there, so they'll stick with it. But they could very, very much so just go, hey, let's continue with this offensive line revamp and replace Jamari Sawyer as well. So I don't know if you can relegate that many players to the bench, but if they find in round 3 that Cooper Beebe sitting there or Christian Haynes, they could pull the trigger there. So if they go corner in round 2, like, I'm not entirely certain that they'll go receiver in round 3. I know Daniel Popper had receiver with Tez Walker in round 3, but yeah, we'll see. I'm very curious how much they're going to commit to this.
Arjun tweeted out a live reaction video.
Is it the faux one?
No. I think it was a real one. I don't think he's very happy about it. Yeah, he has his hands on his head in the video. So there you go. He's wearing his Derwin James jersey, so that he wore to the draft in Vegas. So,
oh, nice.
All right, pick is in for the Titans. Yeah, so day 2, I think that's the trade down spot. I would love to see them be able to, accumulate some assets there and being able to trade down at 37, be able to get a wide receiver, get a defensive tackle, and figure out a way to fill in the rest of this depth chart. So I think the next offensive lineman is probably on day 3, be able to take somebody who can play the center, because I think this is your starting right tackle.
Well, I just saw the Titans pick on accident because I'm now on social media.
There you go. So unfortunately, fumble Brett, no handstands for wide receiver, but
no handstands for wide receiver. Let me see Arjun's.
Yeah. And hey, man, listen, like I completely understand. I want a wide receiver, but this offensive line group, it's a ton of talent, man. You get 3 first-round picks. Maybe Jamari hits. Maybe you sign somebody else in free agency. Maybe you get the next, day 2 guy, play right guard for you. Need a center of the future, but this offensive line group is probably the strength of their team outside of the edge rushers. So I think that was probably the goal here. Again, is build up the offensive line and at least have the floor of being able to protect Herbert, run the football, and that was clearly the identity approach there.
And so now I think I didn't put that here. I think they're going to address receiver in free agency. There's no doubt there. Like, that is going to happen. I don't share a ton, but like, I've been told they want to try to carry 10 receivers into camp. So they have 4. So I think they're going to go ahead and add a few. Now that includes like undrafted free agents, etc. So they could take 2 in the draft, sign 1 in free agency, a couple of undrafted free agents, and get pretty close to that. But they are going to have, at least they'd like to have that number of bodies. So
10. That's they want 10. They got some work to do.
They have some work to do. They've certainly brought in a couple different players. I'm curious if they would even double dip in free agency at those players, considering like MVS and exactly like DJ Chark and exactly like Tyler Boyd. And hey, Higgins wants out, so maybe they go that route too. They're not going to do that.
Ayuk does too. So
yeah,
I think we'll talk a bit here after the Titans pick about like some potential fits and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I'm not like super excited, but I'm not mad. I knew this was a possibility. I think this is a good pick, high floor pick, and one that will be able to set the tone for the Chargers.
Yeah, for sure. As we get closer to the end of the draft, definitely.
Sorry.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select J.C. Latham.
Whoa.
So there was some serious buzz, obviously, about him going in the top 10. That's for sure.
All right, J.C. Latham at 7. Woo.
J.C. Latham at 7.
The Titans also committed to their offensive line because I definitely would have taken Odunze there.
Okay. Yeah, depends. That was a little worse kept secret, I think, than the Chargers taking a tackle. They literally needed one, and you get Callahan for a reason. Dad Callahan, that is. Jimmy's asking for still not spoiling picks. Try not to. We'll just play them as we go through here. Titans are pissed. Alt was gone. So
yeah, I mean, Joe Alt to the Titans was easily like the most frequently mocked pick throughout this entire process. Yeah, and if you're the Titans, you definitely would have rather had Alt over Latham. But
yeah, so Jorge Rodriguez points out the run on tackles. Yeah, the fact that Latham already went this high, not that like 2 tackles going this high is a surprise, but the fact that Latham's already gone, it's kind of what I pointed out. So when I did the thought exercise of why you should take Joe Alt at 5, which I'm so glad I wrote now. If you look at the top 100 on the consensus board, it's Jordan Morgan, who's a guard, Kingsley Suamataia, who's not their kind of tackle, Patrick Paul, who's kind of their fit, didn't watch the Yale tackle, Blake Fisher, and that's it for the top 100. You can include Rosengarten, not quite a fit.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's going to be a run on tackles, clearly. And there should be like 6 or 7 that go in round 1, depending on how you feel about like Fautanu and Fuanga. So, yeah, who knows? Latham almost killed Goodell. I missed it.
Yeah, I missed it as well.
If you're recovering from back surgery, that's not the person you want hugging you. I'll give you that much. Oh, yeah, Joel wasn't at the draft.
And it's not really an offensive lineman thing. I know JC Latham was there, but it's not really a thing,
Nah. Brandon's asking if the pick is in for 8. I don't have that, but we're slightly behind.
I do not have that yet. Man, people are upset in the mentions right now.
The good news is this was so much telegraphed, some sort of offensive lineman, that we had some time to process this. That's for sure.
I mean, you guys were talking about JC Latham last night, so
yeah.
And
going to bed.
Yeah. Calling it a night. Like to pick. Good night, friends. Appreciate it. Make the transition. I know he's in a foreign country, so yeah, get that sleep. Brett says, guys, OL isn't that fun to swap. It is for me. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, though, I get it.
We got to do it.
Mario Williams, now we have a $9 million backup. Sick. What are we doing? Get Herb a playmaker. Identity doesn't win you games. I think Michigan would beg to differ there. I know it's college, but I think lack of identity definitely can lose you games. So I think the Eagles have made a killing over the last few years of having a true identity of offensive line and run the football. And listen, like, if you want a Jim Harbaugh, this is what you get. This is what we signed up for. The Chargers offensive lineman was pretty underwhelming last year. Taking another first round offensive tackle, another step in the right direction of riding that ship. So protect Herbert, run the ball, play action. You can find receivers elsewhere. It is what it is. Chargers want to do it their way, and this is their way.
Yeah.
Sam, worst wide receiver room in the league. No one to throw to. Can't wait to see Gus Edwards run into 9-man boxes every game. Fucking inexcusable. Thank you for the super chat, though.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat.
I wouldn't say inexcusable. If they had reached for like, okay, the pick is in for the Falcons. If they had reached for like Fautanu at 5, I would have been like, what are we doing here? But
Yeah.
Joel was a very clear-cut best offensive lineman in the draft. And, I totally get it. On that note, Tyler, if you have to pick one wide receiver at 37, is that Ladd McConkey for you?
Okay. So part of it also depends on what they're looking for. The best receiver that's likely, or at least could be available there for me, is Ladd McConkey. But I would understand if their kind of usage would go with someone like Polk. Roman Wilson's a very obvious match there, and the way that he was moved around at Michigan, it's kind of like Ricky Pearsall, kind of like Ladd McConkey. Those deployable options, they're kind of in a different tier. But McConkey, I think, is my number one option there.
Sorry, Tyler.
But,
Goodell is speaking or about to speak.
To the edge rusher. I thought that's where we were going with Atlanta.
Here we go.
With the 8th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Michael Penix Jr.
Okay.
What?
Whoa.
What?
Wow.
You just signed Kirk Cousins to like $200 million.
How old's Michael Penix again?
24.
So he'll be
Oh my
20
gosh.
27 by the time he starts. Wow. Okay.
What on earth?
Huh.
I am stunned. Their defense is so bad.
Obviously quarterback is the position, but like Michael Penix here is a top 10 selection while you paid Kirk that much money. So you're not even going to get the rookie contract. Well,
No,
yeah,
you're not getting the rookie contract thing because Kirk is
for
playing
until
2
year
years
3.
at minimum.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Whoa.
Who's the head coach? Morris?
Raheem Morris, yeah. I guess Penix is kind of like Stafford, but wow. I think this is like one of the most shocking picks I've ever experienced.
Yeah, when you pay someone that much money. So I get if they traded back, second round, you have to prepare for the situation of Kirk going down, moving on from him, etc. I think my dad's unhappy because the Raiders need a quarterback.
Yeah.
So he was thinking round 2 for someone like Penix, maybe. So yeah. I need to go look on Twitter and see what like Damesky and these guys are thinking about
Wow. That is crazy. Man, if I'm the Chicago Bears here, I'm absolutely trading out.
Nah, they stick and pick Romo Dunze, I think.
That wide receiver room. Yeah, Michael Penix is going to start his first game at age 27.
Yeah. I mean, and if he doesn't, you're just burning a hole in your pocket with Kirk Cousins. New regime, you go get Cousins, and then your bridge is a guy who will be 27 when he starts, or Kirk Cousins gets hurt, and you're burning a hole in your cap with a quarterback who's not playing.
If you're going to take a quarterback, why don't you have just taken McCarthy? At least McCarthy is 21.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, pick is in for the Bears already. I mean, Brad Spielberger said there's going to be chaos. I was definitely not expecting this.
No, not at all. Hello to all my site visitors.
Oh, you're what?
Oh, I was reading people are reading the why I draft Joe Alt at 5 article. So can't think of why.
Right now on your
Yeah. I was just kind of curious.
Nice. Some other super chats here. Joe Cruz, the pick is fine, and Harbaugh we trust. Herbert needs a bodyguard, and now he has one. We can get plenty of wide receivers. Now he has a few of them, which I think is kind of the point there.
Yeah, this is the most investment the offensive line has had in quite some time, even with the best line of the Rivers years. I mean, how many of these? I can't imagine there were 3 first rounders.
No, I think the Chargers have taken like 5 offensive linemen in the first round, and 3 of them are on this current team.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's got, and Joe Alt is a big bodyguard. He's a rare guy that will make Justin Herbert look a little short because he's 6'9".
Yeah. That's
It's gonna be really funny because Rashawn's like 6'2.5", and then Joe Alt is 6'9". So, veteran state of mind. The Allen shirt behind you is just adding to the pain. Yeah.
Yes, it is. It is. The good news is we're trying to protect that person, so that's good. But yeah, listen, they kept Keenan, and you draft Joe Alt at 5.
Would have been cooking with gas.
Cooking with gas, baby.
But, all right, here's Goodell for the Bears.
Bears' second pick of the night, and it's just the 9th overall pick.
With the 9th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Rome Odunze.
Yeah.
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 Man, that wide receiver room is sick.
So Brock Bowers to the Jets next, yeah. Unless Fashion New was a surprise to them.
I could see a lot of Jets guys have plugged Fautanu to them because he can play anywhere. I want to be shocked there. Back-to-back Washington Huskies. Liatu Latu is dapping up everybody who gets drafted. Find yourself with Liatu Latu as a friend. What a good guy. Man, Romo Dunze, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore. Caleb Williams. Caleb's definitely winning Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, especially if the Bears find a way. Oh, no, they don't have a second round pick, right?
No, but I mean, you get 2 of the most valuable positions in the league. I think you're good there.
Dang.
And
yes, I mean it's these guys will be favored. So Malik Nabers going to the Giants. He's not winning it, respectfully. Odunze basically can't win it with the Caleb Williams on that team. Michael Penix is not playing.
He's not playing. Yeah. Drake May's in a terrible situation.
That's awful. Yeah. I mean, Caleb Williams.
Yeah, it's Caleb or Marvin because I think Jaden Daniels is also not in a great situation. Man, that's good for the Bears.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Sean Reynolds. Huh?
I have a
trade. That means the Jets are trading down.
The Vikings are at 10 now.
They moved up 1 spot for JJ McCarthy. What's the point of that? Just stay at a. Somebody else must have been calling in too.
So, okay, let me look at the draft because I don't remember who these guys are on the teams. Oh, I guess if you're trying to jump the Raiders,
that's true.
Who are also very Michigan-y.
So this is JJ then. Has to be
100%. Yeah. Okay.
So the Jets get 11, 129, and 157 for 10 and 203.
I missed it. Sorry, what was that again?
The trade details: number 11, 4th, and 5th rounders to the Jets, and then the Jets send 10 and pick 203, which is a 7th rounder, I believe.
Yeah, probably. Sure. So they'll take. So the good news is the Vikings, which it has to be a quarterback. They've taken a quarterback out of Sean Payton's hands and away from the Raiders. So the Jets are going to trade back and still get their guy for kind of nothing.
Maybe the Jets trade down again.
They could.
They should. They don't have that much picks.
So they get 2 mid-round picks. Okay, 203rd is a 6th round pick, which is like.
So basically, it's 10, swapping 10 and 11 for a 4th round pick, and then like a pick swap, basically of 6 and 5.
Yeah,
for 1 spot, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
and now the pick is in.
You give up a quarterback, who cares? Like,
yeah. I mean, if you're the Vikings, you get to keep 23 now. Get your quarterback. You're in a good spot.
No, the Vikings have this beautifully.
Yeah.
And now McCarthy enters the chat for Rookie of the Year because O'Connell's going to get him. I mean, Justin Jefferson just And
Does he
Addison,
play though?
McCarthy?
Yeah, they
Are they
signed Sam
entrenched with
Darnold.
Darnold?
I mean, I don't know if they're entrenched, but I could see them playing Darnold for like 8 games.
All right. While the pick's waiting, Dylan's asking who's still available for wide receiver. Do you want to run through any? I don't know if he's asking for the round 1 guys or just.
Yeah, I mean, round 1 is Brian Thomas Jr. for sure. Adonai Mitchell, as Alex Katzen talked about yesterday, is kind of off some teams' boards. I don't know if that was completely or just like in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
So if Adonai is not also in the first round, I think Xavier Worthy goes round 1 just because he's fast. But I think so. I don't know if we answered your question earlier. I think for the Chargers, I do think that so Jalen Polk is my highest graded receiver, not named Brian Thomas. But I do think Polk and Palmer is a little redundant. So I would lean more towards Ricky Pearsall. I would lean more towards Ladd McConkey. I think I know people really sleeping on Ladd, but I think Ladd would be a great complement to who they have. So you could get Ladd, and then you could go sign like Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And yeah, it's not like an amazing wide receiver room, but you have a functional X receiver in Josh Palmer. Maybe Quentin Johnson takes a step. You have Ladd. You have a high-end speed threat in Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That's functional with a great offensive line and a running game.
Yeah. Jorge's asking Taj Washington or Ladd McConkey. Definitely Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, Taj is like a round 4 guy for me.
Yeah, that he like same range as Darius Davis kind of player. Different reasons, but
yeah.
Ladd McConkey, man. I'm gassing up a player the Chargers haven't picked that might not even be available at 37.
Yeah, that's true. He could sneak into round 1.
Yeah, I mean, and I would hate him to go into the Chiefs.
Yeah,
but McConkey to me, I just love the way he has a sort of like shadow box way of beating press or hands on him. Very calculated. Some could argue maybe it's a little bit too much off the line, but they said that about Garrett Wilson. I think he's fine.
He's doing all right.
He's doing all right. He just has a nuanced way of getting open that would far exceed Quentin Johnston. So yeah, I mean, I think he'd be a tremendous pick.
Man, lots of people talking about switching teams and stuff like that. My goodness.
Again, they did take a good player. It's just up to whether you believe that was the right one. And this to me, by the way, like if people are wondering, this does not feel like Quentin Johnston for me. Like Quentin Johnston
not at all.
He was like in the 30s, my wide receiver 5. I had him ranked higher, but you had him ranked lower. Technically, as your wide receiver 4, but you had him in like the 30s or 40s or something.
Yeah,
like
last year's draft class was just bad. Like
it was flat out bad. Yeah,
you had I think last year I had like 10 first round grades, and then it just fell off a cliff. So
yeah,
that was just kind of the nature of the beast of being 21. Last year would have been a great year to trade up for the Chargers, or take a tight end, but whatever. So if it's not receiver in round 2, Tyler, are there any guys you like in round 3 or round 4? Because I mean, that would be tough, but I think it is a possibility that they wait until round 3 or 4. So what would your choices be there?
Yeah, that would definitely be tough. We'll see how some of these guys get pushed. So I'm going to assume out of round 2, McConkey's gone, Polk is gone, Mitchell's gone, Legette's gone. At least 2 of Wilson and Worthy. Coleman maybe slides. I just don't think that's where they'd want to go.
Yeah.
So now you're looking at like Troy Franklin, Javon Baker, Tez Walker, Malachi Corley, that kind of range. Corley, I think, is wiped out by the Quentin Johnston existence. It's just Quentin at minimum is your yak guy, and he should have been that. So, like Baker, Walker, those are your 2, and Franklin, your 2 best vertical threats with speed.
Yeah.
I forget what Baker ran, but he works vertically very well. He fits what they'd want.
Yeah, he was like a 4.5-ish
Okay.
guy.
Walker's the fastest for sure. Franklin, I'm very nervous about. But if we're talking round 3, that I'm on board. I'm on board there. Yeah, again, McMillan's a yak guy who has a bit down the field, but like Corley, McMillan are out there. I don't think you take Malik Washington. So then so round 4, you recalibrate. Jamari Thrash, I'd get. We took them in our mock last night. Anaya Smith for yak. We talked about Smith being a pretty, not Malik Nabers, but your best option at yak later on. And yeah, but we'll see.
So I think for me, like stylistically, it just kind of depends what they want. So if they want an X receiver in round 2, that's probably Xavier Legette. Okay, so the Vikings did just take JJ McCarthy. What a great situation for him.
Oh yeah,
great spot.
F it, Justin Jefferson down there somewhere.
Oh, cute doggy.
Oh, how nice.
Yeah, so I think for X receiver, you're really only talking about Xavier Legette in round 2, and he might not even be there. And then Javon Baker to me is an X. So you could draft one of those 2 players, and then, like I mentioned, you go sign a Tyler Boyd to play the slot. You go sign Marquez Valdes-Scantling to be your Z, and then you kind of fill out the room that way. So there's some stylistic options, but the X receiver, if they want that specific role filled, it's obviously much more difficult at this point without Marvin or Roma Dunze.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll get to some of these other super chats here. Sean Reynolds, could Pipkins possibly play next to Alt on the right side and keep Sawyer as swing? I think Pipkins is your swing tackle.
Yeah.
And I think I understand like $9 million for a swing tackle is a lot, but that's a pretty good problem to have as opposed to Foster Sorrell at swing tackle. So I think Pipkins is firmly an offensive tackle. I would have some issues with him playing guard. I don't think he is like short area quick enough to play guard, and I don't think he's like the most powerful individual either. So I think Pipkins is your swing tackle, and I think and then next year you kind of evaluate each, potentially trade him or cut him or whatever. But yeah, I think Sawyer is your right guard right now, and we'll see if they address that elsewhere.
Odds that Trey Pipkins is someone the Raiders would be interested in.
I wouldn't be shocked. They do need a right tackle.
They do.
And I think if you're the Chargers and you can get like a 5th round pick, okay, the Jets pick is in. If you can get like a 5th round pick this weekend for Pipkins, maybe you do that. Although he was just at like a team promo. So I don't know.
I'll make $10 million to be a backup. I'll be backup podcast.
Yeah.
$10 million.
Oh yeah. And the reality is, like, offensive linemen get hurt. Like, Trey is going to be a valuable asset to this team one way or another. Maybe it's not full worth of his contract, but you know, he can be the 6th lineman. He can be the backup, play in a pinch. Like, you know, we've been so used to having, you know, Storm Norton types as a swing tackle, or I mean, Sam Tevy when he was a rookie, that kind of archetype of player. And now you have Trey Pipkins as your swing tackle. So
yeah.
Interesting question here from Cameron. He wants to know if Alt is a signal that we are looking to compete in 2025.
Yeah. Well, obviously they've said they want to compete in every year, but I think you have this year for Joe Alt to learn how to play right tackle. Yeah. And the chart, like, he'll probably be fine at right tackle, but there's some growing pains. It didn't benefit Zion to switch and then switch again and never play the same position since he's been in college or the NFL, which is insane. So yeah, I think it is definitely a signal that, you know, we're going to be as good as we can be in 2024, but we had a mess of a roster. And in 2025, Pipkins will be gone. Alt will be now your entrenched starter. The other thing I don't buy the comment I'm about to bring up from Jay, who's talking about trading Slater for a first to avoid paying him so Alt can play left tackle. I don't buy that, but I did want to bring up, technically Rashawn Slater is also not very consistently healthy either. And I think there's a 2% chance that some of this was also the off chance that maybe Joe Alt does play left tackle in the future if Rashawn Slater continues to have some pretty significant injuries. I'm not saying they should move on from Rashawn Slater. I'm not doing that right now. I'm just saying
Yeah.
It will be nice to have a swing tackle in Pipkins. And then, of course, if push comes to shove, if Joe Alt does need to be your left tackle in the future, should things occur with Slater, who has not been healthy.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, trading Slater 100% not on the table. Like, no. That is anti-trench identity, anti-protect Herbert identity. You would get significantly worse by trading him and having Trey as your right tackle. Like,
The Jets picked Olu Fashanu, by the way.
Wow. All right.
Yeah.
So trading Slater firmly not on the table in my opinion. Also, something that was never on the table was a Justin Herbert trade. Adam Schefter reporting that the Patriots and Vikings each reached out to the Chargers to see if they had any interest in trading Justin Herbert. The answer was very quickly a flat no. So,
color me shocked.
Duh.
Yeah, sure. Have at it. We'll take JJ McCarthy. I hated the whole thing. Like, you know what they're gonna do?
So
you know why I'd take this job? I take this Chargers job so I can trade JJ McCarthy. Trade Justin Herbert, excuse me.
No, never made any sense, because if you're Jim Harbaugh, why on earth would you ever have taken the Chargers job if you weren't interested in Justin Herbert? If you take Justin Herbert off of the Chargers roster, it was objectively the worst situation. The only reason it was attractive was because of Justin Herbert.
Right. No, you make all that money at Michigan and you stay there unless you have a better option out there.
Oh, we got Jim Harbaugh doing a press conference already. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
That's great.
I'm sure Popper or Alex will give us some of the rundown on that one.
Yeah. Alex is tweeting about it right now. Quote from Jim Harbaugh. I know the question is going to come up about weapons. We look at offensive linemen as weapons.
Hey, I saw Pipkins catch a 2-point conversion. So,
oh, man. It's true. Joe Alt, former tight end, he can catch a bunch of 2-point conversions now.
Yes. Also, it sounds like the Broncos pick is in, so I'm turning off the chat. Try not to spoil it. I'm on commercial, but I guess someone's found out what it is.
It's the commercial here. Frank Blankley earlier, not thrilled, but Alt would have not made it past the Titans, so not an overdraft. 3 first-rounders on the line. They better crush Crosby. Yeah. I mean, we've seen Crosby destroy games single-handedly from the right side, not being great.
Oh, is Denver going to get Bowers?
Probably. Probably.
I'm not looking at the chat.
Elizabeth said Alt doesn't sound that bad now. That was at 6:09. So I assume that was when we were like explaining things.
Mm-hmm.
Your dad said that was supposed to be the next Raider quarterback. He must have really liked Penix.
Yes. Yeah. So my dad and I chatted before this. He wanted somebody in the second round. Should one of the top guys not fall?
Bo Nix. What if Bo Nix is picked right here? That'd be so funny.
Oh, I thought Bo Nix was the pick. Okay.
Sorry.
Maybe it is.
Veteran state of mind. Well, the Falcons just put things into perspective. We're the all pick now.
Hey, wait for the Raiders, baby.
That was crazy, man. Did you say work for the Ravens?
No, wait for the Raiders.
Oh, wait for the Raiders. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see what Tom Telesco does here in this first draft.
Yeah.
I work with a ton of Raiders fans, as I've said before, and they were all like, our draft history is so terrible. I'm like, well, you'll probably get the first round right this year.
We'll find out. I feel like it's very easy to judge with the Raiders if it's a good first round pick or not.
Yeah.
Were they 50th on the consensus board, or were they supposed to go in the first round?
Yeah.
Let's see.
I haven't seen.
I have pick is in, but I have no idea. Joe Ortiz, you want to go to those comments or no?
Yeah. Joe Ortiz said that they had one call when they were on the clock. We ultimately didn't feel it was worth it to trade back and pass on Joe.
Yeah. So, okay, at this point, Vikings were clearly interested because they just did it.
Yep.
I would imagine maybe AFC teams.
I think we might get the Broncos pick right now. They're back from commercial break.
Yeah.
Looks like they're some people have filed out of the draft already. That looks kind of light right now.
Maybe. Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh said defensive line coach Mike Elston and safeties coach Chris O'Leary had good intel on Joe with their Notre Dame backgrounds.
Makes sense.
Sure.
I think Michigan also recruited Joe for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why would you not? Okay. Still NFL Network desk. Aldo wanted wide receiver, but I'm not mad about Alt. We've locked in 10 years of edge rushers being basically erased, plus absolute dominance running to the edges. The Chargers will be able to run the shit out of pin and pull, and I love pin and pull concepts because Slater and Alt are so damn good at pin and pull concepts. So that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Mark said Alt is like the mountain from Game of Thrones. Maybe
he
the
dies
Hound?
and becomes a zombie and then gets recast in
Maybe
3
the
seasons.
Hound? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, what's Ian Rappaport saying right now?
Really only one more Bo Nix who teams have had rated anywhere near the first round. That means we got the Denver Broncos, we got the Las Vegas Raiders. Both have quarterback needs. If one goes to the other's not going to get him. And I would say this for the Las Vegas Raiders who didn't have.
Are they going to take Bo Nix?
Up there with some other teams, they may actually trade out or take a defensive player rather than reach for a quarterback.
Well, Brad Spielberger said chaos.
There's a chance they don't get a quarterback out of round 1.
That's the spirit, Dad. Come on, Broncos, do something stupid. I buy that. If they take Bo Nix, I guess the Raiders literally will not take a quarterback.
No, if they take Bo Nix here, I don't think they would take Bowers because they just drafted Michael Mayer. That
wouldn't stop me at that point, though. Holy cow!
That's probably a Terrion Arnold or Quinion Mitchell pick. Okay, here's Goodell walking to the stage. Yeah, Goodell's kind of limping.
With the 12th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Bo Nix.
Bo Nix at 12. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious.
All right, so Bo Nix, Michael Penix, the 30th and 35th players on the consensus board. 6 quarterback, man. Bo Nix has been in college football longer than Cam Rising, I feel like.
Same recruiting class, yes. But Cam is still in college.
Yes, that's true. But that says at least the Raiders will still not be the worst team in the West. We'll see, Dad. You still have a pick to go.
Yeah.
Shut
Bo
up.
Nix at 12. Man, that is hilarious.
Okay. So I guess the Chargers will need to run the ball when they've established a nice lead. So that's good. Joe Alt.
Yeah.
They're still going to lose in Denver somehow, though.
Probably.
I mean, do you think they really like? I mean, oh, God bless you, Dad. You tried to send it in with another super chat. At least the Raiders will still not be the worst team in the AFC West. At least the Raiders will still not be the worst team in the AFC West. You got it. You did it. Okay.
Oh, so assistant GM Chad Alexander was at the Notre Dame Pro Day, apparently. I don't think that was reported.
Nice.
Hey, we still have 3,600 people in here. Going strong.
No, I can't believe that we're going to actually. I joked about 2,000. We might be 4,000, especially if the Chargers trade back in, which I think is still possible.
Raiders potentially taking Spencer Rattler here. Now that would be hilarious.
Raiders take Spencer Rattler. I gotta log off and go find my dad to make sure he's okay.
The Raiders pick is in. So Tom Telesco stays and picks at 13, as he always does.
He generally isn't too far off from the consensus board. So given who's available, I mean, I don't know. I could see Brock Bowers, Arnold. Who's their other defensive tackle? They feeling
They just
spicy.
signed Wilkins.
John Jenkins. Yeah, Wilkins, obviously.
This might be Byron Murphy.
Could be Byron Murphy. A lot of buzz about him kind of right now in this range.
Some people thought Murphy could go as high as 8.
Actually, I bet you it's Fuanga. I'm going Fuanga here. Or Fautanu.
Right tackle is their biggest need, I would say.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Outside of quarterback. Man, the draft's kind of looking a little light now. I don't know if something happened or not, but by the way, we are going to have Mr. Alex Insdorf jumping in here in a little bit. He's going to join us after pick 15. So excited to have him on. And here is Mr. Roger Goodell.
In any draft. So there's a lot on the line here.
With the 13th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Brock Bowers.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So,
Bowers and Mayer. I hate that.
Oh, now you take a tight end, Telesco. No, I'm kidding.
The fuck.
At that point, Brock Bowers is the best player available. Like that's not. He's been the best player available.
Yeah.
So him going there is. It's my dad wanted an offensive line, but Brock Bowers, Michael Mayer is an insane duo, a young tight end duo. Yeah, so Travis Kelce, Brock Bowers in the division. Awesome. And honestly, for Telesco, it's a pretty safe pick. Like, first year in the job, try not to get fired. Quarterbacks are gone. Take the best player available. Dang, Brock Bowers, that's a good one. My dad is clearly very happy. Or he hates it. I can't tell what the ha-ha-ha's are for, but I'm going to say anyway. On brand, David, and for all many Chargers fans, Brock Bowers is dead to me now. He sucks. He's always sucked. FTR. Unfortunately, Brock Bowers is very, very good. As my dad says, 2 tight end sets are going to kill it. Yeah, Michael Mayer, Brock Bowers. That's nasty.
So Alex just tweeted this out.
Adams.
Jim Harbaugh says there was nobody higher on the board than Joe Alt. So Joe Alt was their best player available. At least that's what they're saying publicly.
Yeah. So,
interesting. Also, Jim Harbaugh says that they think Trey is one of the best 5 right now, and that includes Joe Alt. Maybe he does play guard. Go look at Arjun's tweet.
oh God. Okay, let me go find Arjun's tweet. I'm sure it's laced with sarcasm. Oh, God damn it. God damn it, Arjun.
I will not share what Arjun is tweeting us in our group chat, but it is very
okay. Let me go over there. Yeah. Okay, I'll be completely honest. How are our viewers still climbing? How do we have more people at this point?
I think people just love the draft, man. It's just it's a fun thing to participate in. So
I'm gonna start checking off the names on my big board. So he's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone. No edge rushers yet, no defensive tackles yet. So that's kind of fun.
So from your earlier question, Joe Ortiz says they are not done with offensive line.
Oh man, Chargers fans, get ready to learn Cooper BB at 37, baby.
Hey man, I love Cooper B.
Christian Haynes, Cooper
too.
BB.
I'm so glad I was able to get to Christian Haynes before the draft because his tape was so much fun to watch. Like that dude against NC State had a complete masterclass of how to play offensive guard.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a number of very good right guards in this class specifically.
Yeah.
Like it's Mahogany later on.
Jackson Powers Johnson at 37. So,
yeah.
Because I'd be pretty surprised at this point if Jackson Powers Johnson is a first round pick. He was not on any of the final mock drafts right now.
No, not at all. Ryan points out, says people are underrating Palmer and Johnson. I'm assuming this is one of Ortiz or Harbaugh. I think Johnson, is properly rated. Although I do believe his role will be better if anyone has any kind of plan for him.
Yeah.
Like, get the yak guy involved with, yak plays. Palmer, I think, is going to be underrated. If he were healthy, this would be a completely different story. He should be talked about in the same way as a T. Higgins, in my opinion.
Palmer should be talked about as a T. Higgins?
Yeah. I think if he didn't get hurt.
Oh.
If Palmer had continued his year and had over 1,000 yards and did what he did against the Chiefs the last couple of years, I think he should be considered something like that.
Yeah, Josh Palmer, he's right now their wide receiver 1, obviously. I think this is a guy who's going to be he is a Harbaugh wide receiver. So it's a good fit for him. I think he will excel in the role, whatever role he plays. People nationally are they think Quentin Johnson is the wide receiver 1 on the depth chart. And it's no. That's Joshua Palmer. Joshua Palmer is the wide receiver 1 on this team right now.
No. Film backs it up. You loved him earlier than anybody else because you sat the stupid Tennessee tape and watched him. But after his rookie season, even with 15 catches or whatever he had, just watching him get open without targets, it's there's something here.
Yeah.
The bummer is he might be gone next year. Although at this point,
I think if he plays a healthy season, I think he's getting extended. I think he stays on the team. The only reason he's not on the team next year, I would say, is if he gets hurt again and misses some.
Yeah. So, okay.
Apparently, Jim Harbaugh's now saying Slater is locked in at left tackle. Didn't he say the opposite? Okay. All right.
I don't know.
Yeah, Alex just tweeted, Jim Harbaugh now says Rashawn Slater is locked in at left tackle. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you move Rashawn. You move anybody else, I don't think you move Rashawn. He's your best offensive lineman.
Yeah.
When he's healthy, he's an all-pro player. He's staying at left tackle. Yeah. And there's a whole team player thing here, but he has zero reason to move to the right side. He should stay on the left side financially. It just makes more sense for him.
Right.
But yeah. Yeah, that's a good point by Brett in the chat. Felt like 2 years ago, everyone wanted an offensive line. Now people scoff at them making that pick. It's a good point.
Yeah, perspectives obviously changed. I mentioned earlier, I think in maybe our group chat or something, or Discord, Matt Money Smith was more championing offensive line this year, whereas previously it's funny because he didn't want Slater or Darasaw, or I guess Sewell, depending on what happened. He preferred a wide receiver at that point. So perspectives change, things change.
Yeah,
it's just
coaching staffs change, mindsets change.
Mm-hmm.
If Telesco were still the GM, I think they'd take a receiver, but he's not.
Yeah, I and probably Odunze again because they're.
Yeah, and because
Telesco
drafted and paid Trey. I think Telesco would have had much more faith in Trey staying.
True,
as
very true. Mm-hmm. And the rest of the players, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, the pick is in for the Saints. This has to be another offensive lineman, I think.
So Fuanga.
'Cause
I don't know what else they need.
Do you know much about their offensive tackle situation?
All I know is it's bad.
Yeah, so Ryan Ramczyk is like in danger of not playing football this year. And
Oh,
their
wow.
only other offensive tackle is Trevor Penny.
Oh, who's their OT like for?
Yeah.
This first night here in Detroit.
With the 14th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Talise Fuaga, tackle, Oregon State.
There you go.
Ooh, fire fit from Talise.
Yeah, love that. Athletic, nasty tackle that they need. That's not someone with 35 penalties a game.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could not be more opposite than Trevor Penny.
I bet you Fuanga is the nicest dude off the field too.
Oh yeah,
You know who he is.
Yeah.
The guys who play like, yeah.
You know, on our slides here, we created slides for every possible draft pick, and then we put information from the beast. Tulise apparently had like huge money offers from other teams to transfer, and he loved Oregon State. They were the first team to recruit him heavily, and he just decided to stay. So he's selfless guy, that Tulise Fuanga.
And it worked out. I mean, his tape was awesome. He moved up for me in the process. This is my 14th player. We don't have quarterbacks, but number 14 for me. Just once I started watching other edge rushers and watching him completely erase some of them and the way he handled them, it's like, okay, this guy's pretty good. So well worth it. This is a question we can probably start chatting about. Not that we haven't. But who are the skill position players on this team that we have to scheme for? There are none. Yeah. At this point, no one on offense is someone you specifically have to scheme for. If it's anyone, it's Josh Palmer, given their connection. But it looks like we have a visitor.
Yeah. I think the players that the defense has to scheme for is Justin, and then obviously the offensive line. So, you know, the Chargers mentality is just different. You know, you go from building an offense like basically around, oh, we got the fireworks. My bad. I did the 2 thumbs up on accident there.
Skill position.
I mean, the Chargers go from building a team like almost entirely out of the wide receiver room to the offensive line room. Like it's a change in philosophy. And I understand, like, you know, it's going to be an adjustment for us, but you know, it's what the Chargers wanted to do. I do think circling back here to the 2025 bit, I think that does make sense here for the Chargers. You get your offensive line locked up for the long term, and then you know you figure out wide receiver later. It wouldn't have been my preferred approach, but I understand obviously why the Chargers are doing it.
Yeah. And would you like to?
Would I like to what?
Oh, well, I think he's available.
Alex is in the thing, but his camera is off. There we go. There we go.
Oh,
what is up,
hey.
Alex?
What's up?
Nice chart. Nice jersey of choice tonight.
Yeah. We didn't get a receiver for him, but we got some blocking.
Yeah, who's the jersey of choice right now?
Oh, no, it's the Herbert Color Rush.
Okay, great. Sounds good. So you just obviously got off of listening to the press conferences, you know, the discussion with Joe Ortiz, Jim Harbaugh. Catch us up on that because you kind of have the linear timeline of it in your brain, and then your takeaways and thoughts on the pick.
Yeah, I mean, they basically asked him, hey, do you think this was the best player available? They think this was the best player available, and they went pretty much all into, you know, the fact that Alt was the best prospect for them throughout the whole process. They spent their offensive line coaching staff to his pro day, and you know, Harbaugh talked about offensive linemen being the tip of the spear, much like Steven just alluded to. So this is a team that's going to be built to the trenches. It was a little weird because I think it was Popper who asked him if Slater was locked in at left tackle. He said to be determined, and then he corrected himself later and then said Slater's locked in at left tackle. So that was a little bit confusing. But yeah, so I mean, I think it's going to be between Alt and Pipkins, presumably for right tackle, and Alt probably eventually supplanting Pipkins here. They didn't really, you know, he also said Pipkins was
Frank
one
says
of the
Ortiz
best.
kicked him. Is that true?
Oh, I didn't know if Ortiz kicked him. I joined like a second late, so I didn't see like the whole thing. But yeah. So what else did he say? Oh, he said Trey Pipkins is still one of their best 5 linemen, even with Alt on the roster. They believe that. Yeah, and they said that they didn't believe trading down was the right thing. They got one call apparently when they were on the board and decided to stick there. So I would guess that was Minnesota, maybe, and then Minnesota eventually traded back with the Jets.
So Frank said he was kidding about the kick.
Oh, okay. I didn't see any. I didn't see any kicking.
Yeah. No, I think it's the 5 best players thing, like that's all fine and dandy until you see what that guy is like at guard. And I just I have such a hard time picturing Trey be a guard, especially in this scheme. So
yeah,
I think Trey is your swing tackle. I think they figure out right guard in some other way. But Alex, you guys obviously went live last night talking about JC Latham and everything like that. And you kind of I think you were the first one to say that your impression was like, if Marvin Harrison Jr. is gone, it's alt or a trade down, if I remember correctly. So, what's your reaction here as the Chargers have Joe Alt at the right tackle now going forward?
The crowd goes mild. Reaction. No, I mean, I think this was expected. I mean, all of the betting markets, shifting, within hours with Latham going up potentially in a trade back scenario, and then Alt was the favorite, I think, on FanDuel today outside of McCarthy potential trade back. And the 2 wide receivers today, I think, dipped to like plus 400 odds. So you knew they weren't going to be the pick. But it made sense as to why they did it. We have been saying for like a month now that it was going to be offensive line, regardless of what any of us wanted. And that's what they did. So like, I see a bunch of people on Twitter like, this is the worst pick of all time. And even though I'm the president of the Malik Nabers fan club, I'm like, I don't know, like, what did you guys think was going to happen? Like, they clearly were insinuating they weren't going to take wide receiver. So,
yeah.
All right, here is Roger Goodell for the Colts pick at 15.
Oh, I haven't caught up on like who's gone recently. I was shocked by the Penix thing, and then I haven't like seen who's gone after that.
With the 15th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Latu.
Oh, okay. Nice. Good for. I'm glad he didn't fall out of the first round. I'm glad people feel good enough. Obviously, got to get cleared, but hell of a player. Obviously,
he's the first defensive player, right?
He is.
That's kind of crazy.
At 15.
Crazy. That is crazy.
So, damn.
The Raiders got Bowers.
Yeah,
Raiders got Bowers.
So they have
Latu has a younger brother who looks just like him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
the
awesome.
Raiders, Tom Telesco doing us dirty. He doesn't take a single fucking tight end last year, and then he goes Mayer and Brock Bowers.
Bowers and
Cool.
Michael Mayer there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there were some questions here in the chat about like how does taking Joe Alt help them beat the Chiefs this year. I don't think that's the goal. And like if you expected like them to beat the Chiefs this year, I don't know what to tell you. Like the Chiefs just won back-to-back Super Bowls, so. It's just it's not about beating the Chiefs. It's about rebuilding this roster in Harbaugh's image, in Ortiz's image, and I think Joe Alt is very clearly like the way that they chose to do this. So
yeah, I mean, none of this like, I guess like you said, they're not beating the Chiefs this year, and I think that this pick, to some extent, officially coming in, is sobering of the fact that they don't think that, publicly they will say that they believe that they can beat the Chiefs and they believe they can beat any team, and you have Harbaugh and Herbert, right? So you can make the playoffs. But I think that they always viewed this as a 2-year operation, probably to like reset this roster to what they want it to be, based on his contract. I don't think Trey Pipkins is going to be here, and they went with Joe Alt, who they thought was best player available. So like this, none of this was particularly surprising. And like I don't think Joe Alt, helps them get 4 more wins next year, right? Like in the same way that maybe drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. or one of these other prospects would have. But this is what they view as the best long-term thing, and I do ultimately think they are going beyond 2024 here. And like there were other things that I wanted to do and think would be better for the long term, but this is never what they were going to choose to do in terms of picking a wide receiver or trading down for Bowers or any of these things.
Yeah. So I'm trying to just update my board. Latu gone. Yusuf Awanga went to the Saints.
So the Seahawks are on the board right now? Yeah.
Yeah, so we have Seahawks, Jags, Bengals. So Brian Thomas Jr. obviously has not gone. I swear to God, if he falls in the far enough for the Chiefs to take him. Seattle's not taking one. Jags probably, or even Bengals. Like he's going the next.
No one's traded up outside of the Vikings, right? That was the only one.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there's not a single.
Your thoughts on Bo Nix to the the Broncos?
Bo Nix is like the least of my thoughts, honestly. Michael Penix was what the fuck is that? I mean, that was the shocking one. And like Kirk is on like a 4-year deal with like 2 of those years guaranteed. So you're gonna start Penix as like a 26.5-year-old rookie? Like,
right.
What? I don't get that pick, man. That one was like the shocking one because they have needs on defense too. And I mean, like you could choose to still add another wide receiver, go for another weapon, take offensive line. For them to take a quarterback, I'm perplexed by like what their whole thing is, because Penix doesn't really have a route to starting within the next 2 years, unless Kirk gets hurt or something along those lines happens. So I'm confused by it. And I also had Penix as my granted only watched YouTube film, did not watch all 22. But I had Penix as like my QB5. So that was like I don't know. I think shout out to Katzen. I know that's his guy, but in the NFL, like I
didn't like him that much.
I don't see him being like a true NFL starter. That was the shocker one to me. Nix was, penciled in for a while now, but Nix at 12. Yeah. Really, either of those guys in the first round is I don't even know how to respond to that.
Right.
Gosh, so the Falcons have a $57.5 million cap hit for Kirk Cousins in 2026. So they have 3 more seasons with an out in 2027.
Like I said earlier, I would, if you wanted quarterback, take McCarthy, because McCarthy is 4 years younger.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would not.
But I wonder if McCarthy probably would have had more like pressure to start him from the jump type of a thing, and he probably wanted to go to a place where he could immediately start. I don't know. Wait, so Kirk's cap hit in 2026 is like,
yeah, it's super high.
57. I'm curious to look at Justin Herbert and Jalen Hurts' cap hits now.
Oh, yeah. Let me go through a couple of super chats real quick here. Did we do this one from Austin?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so we're at 45 super chats. So thank you very much, guys. I'm not lost in happy.
Holy shit.
Not the sexy pick, but Joe Alt would have been the number 1 pick in many drafts, and 6'9" with that athleticism will be fun to watch on Sundays. Yeah, I'd say so. I think that someone also asked if we would have him over Rashawn Slater. My answer to that was no. I believe it's the same for the 3 of us.
Yeah.
I think I think we talked about this a little bit, but for me, like the best offensive tackle prospects I've studied would be Slater, Wirfs, Paris Johnson, and Rashawn Slater in some order. Probably Sewell and then Wirfs, and then that conversation.
Yeah.
So I had Rashawn at a 7.35, and I put a 7.25 out of 8 on Joe Alt. So not super far behind, but Slater was definitely higher.
Yeah. Top 10 players, top 10 rankings for us, I believe.
We have passed 4,000 viewers.
We have passed 4,000. Okay, hold on. I'm not going to take a screenshot of us over 4,000 with a quorum super chat on the fucking screen. So hold on 1 second.
Jalen.
Yeah,
Nice.
Jalen Hurts cap hits 31 million in 2026, 41 million 2027, 47 million 2028, compared to Kirk Cousins at 56 million in those years.
All right, let's see. Daniel Popper wrapped up with Jim Harbaugh. He has his initial reaction dropped. Let's see. Most of the stuff we know. The Beast break. That's funny. He did what we did. The Beast breakdown, which I like.
Yeah.
His parents. The grade of the pick is an A- according to Scott Doderman. I'm saying that right. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that.
I literally do not. I've never heard that name in my life.
Docchterman. That's what I'm saying.
I read The Athletic religiously, and I have no idea who that is. The pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. They don't need a corner. This is probably can't take Penix. That was that Penix was his floor for me was always the Seahawks because of the offensive coordinator connection. And Penix there makes sense to me, but Penix in Atlanta. This could be Dallas Turner. They don't really have anybody opposite of Nwosu.
Oh, Seattle. Yeah.
Seattle.
Could be.
Nick asking if the Falcons have a trade in mind for Kirk. No chance, sir. Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't know if we have data here, but ZMCAS10 wants to know if we can pull any data on how many all-pro right tackles in NFL history were drafted in the top 5. NSN pointed out Panay as well as Tristan Wirfs. Huh?
Panay was 6th, right? Or that was Chase 6.
Panay was 6. Yeah. Wirfs was not top 5 also.
Wirfs was like 13 or something, right?
Yeah, Wirfs was.
I think was ranking the tackles.
Wirfs was the 4th offensive tackle in that class taken, which is crazy looking back at that.
Yeah,
Andrew Thomas is really, really good, but
took a bit.
Thomas was 5, I think.
Sure,
but he's left tackle. Yeah, Wirfs going after Mekhi Becton. Whew.
Okay, I have Roger Goodell walking out for the Seahawks pick.
Oh, really? I'm still on commercial. Oh, okay. Now I see Roger Goodell.
Or at least there he is.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military. Your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom do not go unnoticed. Thank you so much. With the 16th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Byron Murphy, defensive tackle, Texas.
Didn't they just trade for Williams?
Yeah, and they signed what's his name from the Broncos last year to a huge
Draymond,
deal.
Right?
Yeah.
So
that's a sick defensive tackle room, though.
Yeah.
So it's Nwosu, Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy. They still have Derek Hall. And then, of course, Devin Witherspoon, who was a Pro Bowler last year. Rayshawn Jenkins went to the Seahawks? I just realized. I don't remember seeing that. Cool.
Dude, Mike McDonald has a sick defensive line, I think.
That's nasty, dude. Why take Travis Jones in round 3 when you can just Byron Murphy and a nasty grouping here? Woo.
Yeah, Byron Murphy's number 1 athletic comp was Justin Madubuike.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I want to read this quote from Ortiz because somebody asked him about the wide receiver room, and then he said, "We're going to be addressing more than just the receivers too. You're never one player away, and you're never one position away." Also added, "We're not done with offensive line either."
Yeah.
Ooh. Sorry, I got to spoil in the chat, but the Jaguars are trading back, and the Vikings are trading up
again.
Yeah, to 17.
Johnny Newton.
Corner?
One of the corners.
Corner?
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be the run on corners.
I can't believe they're all going that long.
Pick is in.
Yeah,
already.
that's crazy.
That was quick.
I don't know like how Terrion isn't like off the board or Quignon. But this could
There's
be
just
Quignon.
one question mark for each one of them. I don't know.
Atticus Thoj wants to know if the Chargers can make Joe Alt an All Pro
In 2024 or future seasons?
future seasons. I think yes.
Yeah.
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 Geez, they traded up 6 spots and gave up a 5th-round pick this year and then a 3rd and 4th next year. Holy cow.
That's
What
a
a lot.
lot.
Yeah. Plus, they've already given up the 2 picks this year.
The second round on receivers hasn't started yet, right? It's only the big 3 that went.
Yeah, no
Correct.
Brian Thomas Jr.
They wouldn't take Brian Thomas here. They have
No,
Jefferson and
No,
They
no, no.
wouldn't, but I get what he's asking.
I was just
you're talking
wondering.
about
They
the
need to talk-
Jaguars.
No.
Uh,
Yeah.
well, the Bengals and the next couple of teams that are like on the board now.
Yeah, the Bengals definitely. I mean, okay, here's Goodell already. That was like the fastest trade and pick ever.
Trades tonight, and Minnesota's pulled off both of them. And let's see who they'll add to the mix with J.J. McCarthy.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 17th pick to the Minnesota Vikings. With the 17th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Dallas Turner.
Okay.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's fine with
Trading
me.
for
I didn't love Dallas Turner, but taking him at
17.
17.
So, okay, let's see what who's. So they jumped.
So there's Coach Ed. Coach Ed on the screen.
Oh, was he there?
Yeah.
Oh,
They
nice.
showed him.
I guess he's there with Latu and everybody else.
Got all those guys. Yep.
Yeah. So
That's
they
that is a
jumped
sick outfit.
the Rams. They jumped the Bengals.
Oh, that's probably it. They probably wanted to jump the Rams because the Rams need edge rusher help desperately.
Dude, what if the Rams just go and get like Johnny Newton and just redo the whole awesome interior guy all over again?
Yeah. They have Kobe Turner too.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Pittsburgh's in a great spot for an offensive lineman. If they want
Dude, Troy
Fautanu.
Fautanu is still on the board. Amarius
I
Mims is
feel-
still on the board.
I feel like it's going to be Fautano or Mims for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, they're gonna go offensive line.
None of the corners still. Corners getting pushed down.
That's good though.
Please keep pushing the corners down.
Yeah.
I have no objections to pushing the corners down.
Oh yeah.
Have the Chargers ever? Did Telesco give his presser back when they took Herbert and then go back out and draft Kenneth Murray?
I don't know, but because that would have been the COVID year.
Oh, true.
I don't remember if he did a press conference. If anything, it would have been like on Zoom or something. They probably waited until after the first round. I would guess if they did something.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah. People asking about a trade back in.
Doubt it.
I'd be pretty surprised as well. Yeah. I think
Yeah.
this team wants more picks. I see them trading down from 37, not up.
I think if they had like traded down to 11 and then like been in a position maybe where they didn't get 23 and then traded back up, they could have something in the back of the round. But I think they're waiting until 37 at this point.
As a film junkie, I do have to say Joe Alt versus Max Crosby. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun.
I mean,
Because the way that you beat Max Crosby is you have to have length. Like you can't beat him if you're a short arm right tackle.
How
Yeah.
long are Alt's arms again?
I can look it up.
I think they're.
I don't remember
about
them being like
34.
ridiculously long, but
Yeah.
Oh no, I was just looking at Latham's arms today, and they were like 36 or something crazy like that.
Yeah, Amarius Mims is like 38.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Joe Alt is at 34 and a quarter.
Would Amarius Mims be off the board already if the 3 shuttle time actually happened?
100%. He would have been pick number 5, dude.
Probably. Yeah.
For those who don't know what Alex is talking about, there was like a fake Amarius Mims short shuttle time, and it was like 3rd best in the combine, period.
I think it was that they inputted somebody else's time for him. And then so the people are this behemoth just ran like the fastest shuttle in combine history for.
No, it like broke Twitter, dude. Like everybody was like, "What the shit is this guy?"
Yeah.
Steven, what'd you order for new food? What's your?
I ordered Wingstop.
I think I might do that too. That actually sounds kind of good.
Yeah, I ordered Wingstop. I got a 10-piece combo.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll go boneless because I don't want to be chomping wings in front of everybody.
Yeah, same. I have to. I don't like boneless wings unless I'm like hands free, like can't do anything. So yeah.
Everyone's putting the bad juju of quorum next. If that happens at 37, my dog's doing the live stream.
If they take quorum at 37, I will film myself walking out to the ocean and upload it as a YouTube short.
There you go. Bengals pick is in as 18. There was a ton of Eagles trade up smoke, but I don't think they even need to at this point. They can just stick and pick and
unless the run on like corner starts, but they could pretty much get, I guess, whichever corner they kind of want. I mean, we'll see what happens with Terrion and Quignon the next couple picks.
Somebody says they put down 5 chili dogs. Oh man, that's gonna be a rough night.
5 chili dogs.
Alex, do you have the Sixers game on?
Oh shit, I forgot they were playing.
Wow.
I mean, it is the draft. Yeah, it is the draft.
Oh, they're up 10 with 41 seconds. Wow. No, I only saw the first quarter where Embiid got a flagrant foul for ripping someone's leg down from under him. And then I was like, oh, so we're going to go down 3-0. But it looks like they're going to survive. So, you win some, you lose some tonight in my book.
Yeah. Atticus pointing out Kool-Aid at 37. That would be, I wasn't a huge Kool-Aid guy, but at 37, that would be a fantastic pick. And Joe Ortiz loves his Alabama guys.
I feel like whoever gets Terry on here kind of like wins the first round for me with how far he's fallen.
That's nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Bengals here would probably not take Arnold, right? They took DJ Turner like in the second round last year. Actually, I don't know who their best corner is, but I feel like they should take an offensive tackle. Like they should be a Troy Fautano team. But they also like their offensive tackles to be 6'8" and 390 pounds.
Who do the Bengals have at center again?
He used to be on the Bucks. Kappa, I think. Alex Kappa.
Yeah, he signed that big deal there. I forgot about that.
The one Adam Schefter tweet that was at like
the tampering.
That was like right at 1 o'clock as soon as it opened.
Nice.
Commercial break still happening, by the way, on my end. Oh, don't even put this energy out there, Sholo man.
They're starting to get in the range, but I don't think he gets past Cincinnati. If the Higgins I want out stuff is real, and then Boyd's obviously gone.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went tackle. But I mean, the run is starting now, so they might have to trade up, and then if not, then I think they might just stick and pick receiver. But
I forgot Zach Moss was on their team now.
On the Chiefs?
No, on the Bengals. Sorry.
Oh, the Bengals. Yeah.
We would know if Zach Moss was on the Chiefs.
Oh, I'd be so mad. I'd be so mad.
Moss and Pacheco on the Chiefs to make this podcast fucking miserable.
They signed Bobby Holly to a fullback deal. Like we're logging off, baby.
Somebody was saying that people are comparing. Kareem was saying that people are comparing Joe Alt to Eric Fisher. I didn't watch Eric Fisher, the prospect, but I can say confidently as an NFL player, that's extremely far off.
We hope.
Here is Mr. Goodell for pick 18.
There's one thing to keep in mind. With the 18th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Amarius Mims.
Oh, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I mean, definitely their type. Like I said, they love huge offensive tackles. So, that's a good spot for him because he doesn't have to play right away, too. But 6'7", 340 pounds, playing behind Trent Brown, who is 6'9" and 370 pounds.
What if Howie went wide receiver here?
After paying Devontae and AJ Brown,
he's obviously doesn't mind. I mean,
what if he's sick enough to do it?
Yeah. What was the AJ Brown number? I didn't even see it. I saw the
3 years, 96.84 guaranteed.
So that's how much? What APY is that?
32.
32.
So he beat. I think he beat the Tyreek Hill and Amon-Ra St. Brown number.
Yeah. But yeah, circling back to like Joe Alt comps, I think Tyler's out. Okay. I think Brandon Thorne comped into Jake Matthews, the left tackle for the Falcons. I've seen Jake Long as a comp as well. Comps don't always have to be like all pro level players, but to me, like Jake Long makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's a fair one.
I wonder who his physical comparisons are. Mock Draftable doesn't have any information up for Joe Alt.
The Bleacher Report article. The Bleacher Report article says bigger, stronger Jake Matthews is the comp.
Oh. One of the comparisons on Mock Draftable is Andrew Whitworth. That actually makes a lot of sense. Hits. Huh?
So that's not bad if that hits.
Yeah. Oh, Andrew Whitworth was awesome. But play style wise, I think that actually makes a lot of sense to me.
That was the comp for Mims or Alt? Sorry, I just got back.
For Alt on Mock Draftable. It was his second Mock Draftable comparison. Let's see what RAS has. So the Rams on the clock at pick 19.
Yeah. And I mean, I think the other thing about Alton is, Steven brought up the RAS, like those guys just don't tend to fail when they're picked that high, right? So, I mean, like I really kind of like Harbaugh said, I don't know if I agree with him that he has a highest ceiling in this class or something like that, but like he said, he does have a very, very, very high floor in terms of his NFL outcomes here.
Oh no. His RAS comparison is Trevor Penning.
Okay, but
the RAS is fine.
It's Trevor Penning without the fighting, and if you took the fighting out, like Trevor Penning would be a better prospect, right?
Yes. Yeah,
but Alt is also like significantly better. I had Trevor Penning as like a low, I think a mid third round grade.
Oh, you had us third, yeah,
or maybe low second, but yeah.
Went to a good Catholic school. Got the fighting, got the off the field out of him. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I think you're looking somewhere in between like Andrew Whitworth and Jake Matthews. And Jake Matthews is a really, really good tackle, and really, really good tackles get paid a lot of money and they stay a long time in the NFL.
I think the other thing that we said about Penning is just like the potential was there, but it was kind of like Tyler said, I don't want to be the one to find out, right? With all the penalty question marks and, play question marks that he had on top of kind of what the ceiling was. And Joe Alt just doesn't have any of those red flags.
The Rams pick is in for what it's worth.
Hmm. Is this wide receiver?
Edge rushers are gone. Murphy's gone. Maybe this is Newton, but a lot of people think Newton's going to be like late first. This could be Brian Thomas. There was some speculation that they were looking to try and trade up for Romo Dunte. So this could be Brian
I think
Thomas.
this could be wide receiver. Yeah.
Dude, there's only been one trade. That's kind of crazy.
2 trades, the Vikings twice.
The Vikings twice. Yeah. That's funny.
So they made 3 trades technically.
Yeah.
Tyler Katzen was saying yesterday on the show that BTJ has the shoulder thing, right? That he got flagged with.
Yeah. Him and Nabers both had a shoulder thing, but it was more of a note than like a red flag.
Yeah.
But yeah, that doesn't help your draft stock. Jared Verse will be the second time I have a Florida State edge rusher in my top 10, and he goes in the 20s. After Jermaine Johnson. I'm not saying that's the pick. I just...
All right. Pick is coming out for Roger Goodell.
It's the 2024 draft here in Detroit.
With the 19th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Jared Verse, defensive end, Florida State.
There you go.
Hilarious. Of course I say that. I genuinely did not mean that he was... There you go. All right, Jared Verse. I'm now going to be right, I feel like, about that pick. I feel good about that. Having loved his film. That's awesome.
Yeah, man, Verse was a ton of fun. I think he fits perfectly what they need, too, because Byron Young is kind of like a speed, finesse rusher, and now Verse can be a physical rusher.
Yeah.
That defensive line is nice. Kobe Turner was great last year. Yeah. All right, pick 20. Yeah, Jacob Arnold asking about this. We had this on the slideshow earlier, but Joe Alt had 4 career penalties at Notre Dame. 4. JC Latham, in contrast, had 18 in 2 years. So take that for what it's worth. And Tyler's kind of talked about, the TED stuff being there every day. Joe Alt, 33 consecutive starts. J29 says trade next year's second for Brian Thomas, man.
Dog, they already did the press conference. They're gonna be in bed soon.
That's funny. Yeah. Ryan Hayes says that on the McAfee show, Bill Belichick compared Joe Alt to Nate Solder. Yeah.
Yeah. Physically that checks out.
All right, pick 20, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, it did. It gave Steven the like thing because he held his hand out.
Hit my microphone.
Oh, I don't. Oh, there you go.
It's a new Mac feature. We discovered this on accident one time.
Really? Oh, so
watch.
Yeah.
We thought it was like a StreamYard thing when it happened the first time, and then turns out it's just a new Mac thing. I was like FaceTiming with my mom one time, and I did a thumbs up, and that happened. So.
Are there any other hand movements or facial expressions you can do to bring up other expressions? Have you researched into this?
I don't know. What if I do the okay? Anything happen there? No.
Finger guns.
Muted. Finger guns.
2 thumbs up. Heart. I think if you do a heart.
That's a terrible heart, but nope.
Okay. It's a heart.
They did a heart thing. All right.
Wow.
Somebody said do the bird. Bird didn't do anything.
No one
Nope.
screenshot that out of context.
Nope. Oh man, let's do the heart one again.
Wow, this is some groundbreaking Joe Alt coverage going on.
Yep.
Yeah, there's another one where if you send in $100 super chat, I do handstands. It's just automatic.
Yeah. That's not even a Mac thing. That's just a Tyler thing.
Yeah. No, of course.
I'll do a handstand if somebody sends in a super chat, or I will attempt to do a handstand.
So the Vikings only have 3 picks next
I'm
year
going to
right
send a
now.
super chat right now. No, I'm kidding. 3 picks this year.
Next
So
year.
when they traded up to 11 and 23, like,
What was
whatever.
the point? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, did they expect this outcome? Were they okay with this?
Dane Brugler was talking about it and said that basically they were hoping to be able to go up and get Drake May, but if not, they were comfortable with like McCarthy or Penix falling to them, which obviously Penix didn't fall to them, but yeah, the Vikings and the Giants reportedly both really wanted May. That was their guy if they wanted to trade up, but the Patriots took May, obviously.
Penix going over McCarthy is crazy to me. That,
especially the Falcons. I can't get over the Falcons taking him, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I feel like the Steelers pick has been in forever.
Yeah, it's because they're on commercial. They gotta let the
what are we thinking here? JPJ or Fautano?
Steelers are going into your offensive line with the tackles gone.
well, I mean, technically, Fautano could be offensive tackle for them, but
That's true.
they do need a center, but it's like, you know, JPJ has been really, his stock has been really falling. Graham Barton, yeah, Barton would be a great pick for them.
Fautanu, Barton.
The Steelers were linked to Cortland Sutton, right? As like a potential trade team.
Were they?
So I wonder if that's something that like happens on day 2.
Cortland Sutton.
I think I saw something about Cortland Sutton, potentially the Broncos wanting to trade him. Don't know if that's fully accurate. Maybe I just read something wrong on Twitter, but I thought I read that right.
Mm-hmm. This pick's been in forever.
Oh, Sixers won, Alex. Good for you, dude.
Yeah, I know. Not all was lost tonight. We joined the alt-right tackle movement, and
Yep.
yeah,
Nice.
Sixers won. You know, so.
Nice. There's some people online talking about a potential Ayuk trade happening.
Not with the first round pick, right? I don't think it would be with the first.
The pick is still in. I think the next pick is like their time's already almost up. All right, here's the pick with Mr. Cam Hayward on the screen too.
Tonight, 32 young men will embark on their NFL career, striving to make an impact on the field. But their impacts will be felt far beyond their field, but in their communities. No one embodied that more than Walter Payton. And today, the league's highest honor, the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide, recognizes his lasting legacy. Tonight, we are proud to welcome the 2023 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year winner, Cam Hayward.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Commissioner. And most importantly, I want to say thank you to the Payton family, the NFL, and nationwide. The NFL draft is special. To my fellow NFL players and the prospects joining the league this week, I want to challenge you. Use your platform to brighten someone's day. The opportunity before you is a gift. And by coming here and being in this league, seize that moment. Be better in our communities, be better for our league, and our world. Thank you so much. Here we go. And with the 20th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Troy Fautanu, tackle, Washington. There you go.
Yeah.
They got themselves a tackle.
Good player.
I mean, everything's been
Announced
pretty,
him at
like,
tackle too.
everything's been pretty telegraphed outside of Penix being the big surprise.
Outside of the big one.
outside of that, I mean, it's kind of gone as we've expected.
I didn't
All
think
right,
a corner.
my food
Well,
is here,
yeah, that part.
so I'm gonna go eat real quick.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
sounds good. Go eat, dude.
Um,
We'll be here.
what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, when they announced Cam Hayward as the winner of the Walter Payton Man of the Year, and anytime I think of Walter Payton Man of the Year now, I think of Dak at the Super Bowl accepting the award and getting booed by just Eagles, the entire stadium full of Eagles fans for Walter Payton Man of the Year.
That's right. I forgot about that. Never made a big
Also-
deal out of that too.
Also, remember the time that Cam Hayward like body slammed Justin Herbert?
Yeah, I was just trying to get up by slamming my two arms into him straight into the ground. Walter Payton Man of the Year. Yeah, that was something.
What a guy!
He got a penalty for that, right?
I don't.
But no fine,
I-
I think.
I think he did. I don't remember.
I didn't. I mean, you can look this up on Twitter. I haven't found it, but Smitty saying Kirk Cousins'
Mm.
agent said they were never given a heads up about Penix. Oh man,
I would. Wow. I mean, yeah, that was like pretty kept under wraps too, because I didn't see a single mock
Ooh.
draft inkling thing that like had Penix, right?
no, not at 8. I mean, I think
No.
there was this discussion of the real quarterback needy teams that they thought Raiders, Broncos, like someone was going to the Broncos, but at 8, no.
From Diana Rossini, the Falcons called Kirk Cousins when they were on the clock to let him know. From what I learned, Cousins understood a QB would be considered, but he did not believe his successor would be taken in the first round. I'm told he's a bit stunned.
Yeah. Wow.
It just makes the whole contract then confusing. Then, like, why not just not
It
sign
does.
Kirk and then take Penix, like, or take whichever quarterback you were going to
Yeah,
take?
or go
Like
get
that.
like Jacoby Brissett for a
Yeah.
year or something, not
I know.
$100 million guaranteed.
Yeah, I
Whew.
would almost understand the Penix pick. I mean, I still think picking Penix in the first is like bad, but I would understand it more if, like you said, they just got like a stopgap guy. But you got the most expensive stopgap in NFL history. And now,
I know.
I mean,
Like at least the Broncos wanted Wilson to start,
yeah.
and then
I
they had no
guess
other
I
option.
wonder if that's going to be like a NFL league shifting thing too, like in terms of guys or, you know, teams more willing to draft quarterbacks now, just like as chips, so that like if this big contract we gave to a guy doesn't work, then, you know, kind of started with when the Eagles took Hurts when they still had Wentz. But
Yeah.
like, I wonder if that kind of just advances now.
Man, oh man.
Dolphins are up now.
Dolphins are up. Dolphins. They released Xavier Howard. Is Howard still there?
Yeah, they released him and he just got medically like cleared yesterday as like a free
Okay.
agent. That was like the news from one of the
Gotcha.
insiders.
So their corners are Kendall Fuller and Jalen Ramsey. Yeah, they could take a corner here unless Kendall Fuller got starter money.
What if they could take? They're not going to take wide receiver because they're going to sign Odell. That's,
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's like been the reporting. So if they don't do
Gotcha.
that, I feel like this has the potential to be like a. What if it's like a? Because Jalen Phillips tore his Achilles. Like maybe they
Yeah.
go like pass rusher here.
So the big three are gone. Chop Robinson.
Yeah. And everyone expects him to go in the first round, right? I mean,
Yeah, he could sneak in.
or like them or like Tampa, one of those teams that's left that like needs help at edge.
Yeah, I would have said line a year ago, but they kind of figured that out somehow last year. So
Yeah. I don't know if that's super sustainable from year to year, but it worked for them last year.
yeah. Terrion Arnold feels like a great Jalen Ramsey
Yeah.
understudy.
I mean, if the Eagles get one of Arnold or Mitchell without having to trade up, that's kind of another how do they keep letting him get away with it moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm surprised that the league just as a whole just is not moved by this cornerback class. That to me is surprising.
At least this far, I didn't expect.
Unless they just think like the day 2 or 3 guys, like when you get into like Melton and Singer Still and Lasker and TJ Tampa, and they just like really like that tier to the point where they don't want to invest in corner in round 1. But
right,
I think this is a really good corner class.
I do too. I don't like it as much as the top of the last year's, but the depth of it is so good. I yet really didn't find many corners I didn't like. I mean, what's Max Melton in this class, like CB 9 or something?
Yeah, I had him as 8 or 9.
Yeah, so on the consensus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I like him more than Tampa. So yeah.
Yeah. I kind of liked Tampa at first, and then the more I watched, I was like, no. That happened to me when I was watching him because I just like saw more tackle attempts, and I was like,
yes. Yeah, I got to the Texas game where he had like 4 misses, and it was just like, there goes Xavier Worthy, and there goes Jatavion Sanders.
And I kind of think it's the difference between like Melton having a high missed tackle rate, but being a sound tackler versus Tampa having a little bit lower of a rate, but like, in my opinion, being a bit more like a stiff athlete kind of worst tackler. I don't know.
Totally
but I
agree.
I was never like that much in love with Tampa, but
yeah. There goes Dolphins, by the way. I don't know where you're at on the stream.
I'm not watching, so
you're not watching.
I have no idea what happened though.
Okay, so the Dolphins are going to select. I have my TV muted. Chop Robinson. Wow, they actually went Chop Robinson. Okay. Good call on the Jalen Phillips part. And then yeah. All right.
Because they really just didn't have a lot of other like pass rushing help outside of that, and Wilkins left, so kind of just made sense.
Yeah, that was edge 4 for me. So they're going to Mountain.
All right, here come the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay, you're good on linemen, right?
Yeah, they gotta go Terrion or Quignon here. That's like,
oh yeah,
I would be weirded out if they didn't at this point, unless there's like some medical red flag on neither of them, but I just don't. We never really heard anything about that, so Barton keeps falling, and Dallas is on the board, so that's something I think for a little bit here. I'm gonna put my phone and the Twitter away to live react to whoever got picked.
Okay, so corner. Would Howie do a thing where Newton sits, or he just kind of like he's just best player available?
Jer'Jon Newton, Jalen Carter, and Jordan Davis on the same defensive line.
Yeah,
I
do
don't.
that 5-1-5 defense.
Yeah, I mean, I just said wide receiver a little bit ago, and like that doesn't really make sense, but also wouldn't stun me. I think it's tackles kind of drying up. Corner hasn't been touched. I just think it has to be corner. But then again, Howie never takes corner in the first round. So, but like you sort of just
who's the Eagles' third receiver?
Devonta. Well, Quez Watkins, war criminal, is gone. Trying to think. I don't even know who it is right now, actually.
Yeah, I don't know either.
They signed Paris Campbell, and they have Devontae Parker. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, I forgot they signed Devontae Parker. But I mean, I think his contract is set up so that they could like cut him like in the camp. I don't think he's like a roster lock. Stevens guy, Britton Covey on the depth chart.
Gotta have returners.
Yep. I think they go corner here. It just makes too much sense.
Any chance they trade down? Because they're almost at a minute left.
Maybe with like the Chiefs or somebody.
Don't you give them what they want.
I know.
He would too. He doesn't care.
Oh,
honestly,
no,
Howie trading back would be great because he's got plenty of options.
It would be funny the one year that everyone says he's going to trade up, he trades down.
Okay, I have pick is in. I'll let you know when Goodell's up.
Okay.
Do you want to listen to it while it plays on my TV? I can have it like.
Sure, that's fine.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself real quick. Okay, I am off the chat. So I have no idea what's happening. The pick is in, but no Goodell. Yada, yada, yada. Shut up.
Oh.
That's not the pick.
TV in the background?
Dog pound is, yeah. Still waiting.
Arjun just posted the Quentin Johnston Randy Moss Photoshop. Fucker.
He's having fun. I don't think people get Arjun's humor either, so it's pretty funny.
No. And
People
Josh Palmer
take it so seriously.
Josh Palmer fading into Devontae Adams.
Alrighty.
I want to see who's like the first person to post like a alt TikTok like hype clip of just
Yeah. Some like Hans Zimmer music, and then just the Dune, like
they sound all good.
Goodness gracious. Still waiting on Goodell.
They could be trading this, I guess, if they're really going on this long.
So wait, they had the pick was in, and the clock on the scroller was at under a minute, and now up on there it says 8 minutes on like the stage for the draft. So, wait, I think we're panning to Goodell. Okay, yeah, Goodell's walking out.
Okay.
For the sake of not getting copyrighted, I'm gonna wait as long as possible. And okay, he's being booed.
This past year, we played games in front of amazing.
I don't care. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Then we would play our first ever game in South America in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And we will be coming to more markets on a global basis soon. The NFL's International Player Pathway Program
Shout out CJ Okoye.
Yeah.
have an opportunity to compete
Jesus.
at the NFL level and potentially earn a
I forgot they do all the advertisements in the like last 15 picks.
successful players from the program is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Jordan Mailata. Okay. Yeah.
Jordan is currently in his native Australia for the opening of a new NFL academy for high school football players. To make the selection,
I'll turn it up when it gets there.
Jesus Christ.
Burley Beach, Gold Coast, Australia. Take it, Jordan. Let's go. How good is this? Thank you, Uncle Roger.
Oh, Mailata's.
Good evening to those of you from the beautiful land down under. With the 22nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Quinyon Mitchell, defensive back to the
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
CB1.
Yeah. He's CB1 for you? Oh, you just-
No, CB1 off the board.
Okay.
Arnold was CB1 for me, but
Yeah,
I get it.
I'd seen Arnold CB1 as well, but I had Quinyon as CB2, and then I had I had Wiggins CB3. So no, I'm happy with that pick. That's awesome.
yeah, especially all the way here at 22. That's great. That's a fantastic one. I see Steven is his. I don't know what are that. Oh no, never mind. He already logged himself out. I think my wings are here. They're not. Darn it all. Okay. All right, fine. Quinyon Mitchell. Good player. Defense is going to be good. What's the vibe around Nolan Smith this year?
I mean, he's gonna. Well, now that Reddick's gone, I mean, he's gonna start with what's his name? Who am I forgetting the name of?
You're the not Nolan Smith guy?
No. Oh no, sorry. I was thinking of Bryce Huff and Josh Sweat. Bryce Huff.
Yeah.
So Huff and Sweat start, and then they probably. Yeah, I'm. Yeah. So I mean, I think Nolan Smith will be a little bit rotational, but they'll put him in there and certainly probably up his usage. He looked good whenever he played last year. It just was like there were no opportunities for him.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm curious to see that 2026 second or third pick that'll from the Jets at some point. All the way down there.
Yeah. Okay, so Eagles, we're going to commercial. Eagles went, so we're at 23 with the Jags.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is shaping up. I know our whole like world will hinge on the Chargers going wide receiver at 37 if you ask anyone on Twitter, but this is shaping up to be one hell of a corner board at 37 too. And they don't really have any playable corners outside of like ASJ and John Fulton to a lesser extent. So
Christian Fulton, but John Fulton's pretty cool too.
Did I say John Fulton? Christian Fulton.
He's really good.
So I don't know. I think that could be a spot for it though, because I definitely think they have to go defensive interior and cornerback within like the top 100-ish picks going back to 110.
Yeah. So going to round 2. So I mean, we'll see once we get there. Let's see. Green Bay does not take it. Dallas is not taking a receiver. They might do something weird like Trey Benson. So Jacksonville, God, they trade back to take Brian Thomas Jr. That's pretty good. Tampa, I don't know. Arizona's not taking a receiver. They could take tackle. Oh, Buffalo. Buffalo didn't add a receiver, right? They just traded away Diggs.
So they're a receiver team for sure.
Okay. Ravens could get Johnny Newton for just some odd reason because they can. No, they need linemen.
I'm curious to see where Adonai Mitchell goes because like he's supposedly kind of like off teams boards due to like some character stuff, and I know Katzen brought up the fact that he has diabetes yesterday. So I wonder what his like floor is if he leaks into the second round, and like if the Chiefs, knowing their history with like some Sky Moore types and like wanting those kinds of guys in the draft, if like they would almost go like a Lad McConkey or somebody over like a Mitchell.
Yeah. No, I think
McConkey
at 32 feels pretty pretty good.
So I'm curious where Mitchell's floor is, and then if he is there like tomorrow at like 37, like what this regime thinks of him.
Yeah. It would no longer come down to film at that point. Just pure, off field. But
best player available for the Chargers. As Ortiz threw that one in today.
Yeah. Man. We have to talk about offensive tackle at 5 for 4 more months. Boring.
Can I reveal a personal anecdote?
Sure.
I think I said this in the group chat, but when I talked to Mina Kimes off camera, she told me right after the show, get ready to learn Joe Alt at 5, buddy. So that was one that we the whole draft community and everybody knew for a while. So
yeah, the Chargers have definitely been more transparent, I feel like, with the obvious things that will happen. JC ended up being very obvious. Harbaugh ended up being very obvious.
QJ last year too. Not so much during the process, but as it got closer to draft day, I know his odds similarly to Latham and company spiked.
Yeah. Jimmy's saying, did you say that till after the pick? Alex definitely told us that.
No, well, I didn't want to put it out there. Like, ooh, because then I don't want to get somebody in trouble and say something she shouldn't say. Right.
Right. Dang. Wait, did someone get picked, or is that just Quignon? Oh, you're not watching it live. What am I even asking for?
No, I haven't watched.
I'm getting wings. I'll be right back. Also, where's Steven, dude? Eat your food.
All right. Well, Tyler's gone, so Alex manning the chat now. Anyone have any questions? I guess I should watch Twitter to see the picks as they come in. That seems like a good idea for me to do. Let's see what just happened. Oh, Steven's back.
Yo.
Okay. Tyler went to eat wings, so I was afraid that I would have to run this solo.
That was good timing then. Oh, he's back.
He's back. Well, the Jags just picked are you caught up on who the Jags picked?
Yeah, I had the iPad going while I was eating.
Yeah, Jags picked BTJ.
Yeah, had to let my dog outside and all that stuff. Sorry. Hello. There's Sully. Well, Tyler gets his dog on camera all the time, so Sully's got to get some time.
All good. The mighty says, let's talk about Tyler. Thanks. Will the Sixers complete the comeback? No.
I don't really think so, but Embiid just scored 50 points on one knee, so why not?
Hey,
but I'm too emotionally scarred.
Did you see the other thing about Embiid?
No.
The Woj tweeted that he's like dealing with Bell's palsy right now.
Oh yeah, that's been a thing.
Yeah,
because someone noticed after game 1 that he wasn't blinking his eye properly. And this is funny because, or not funny that someone got Bell's palsy, but I just had a case where I had to deal with a patient that had Bell's palsy. So that was interesting. But yeah, he was able to blink out of one eye. So yeah, Bell's palsy is interesting.
Yeah, that's my mom had Bell's palsy 3 years ago, and she's still like there's still like a little remnants there. Granted, she's much older than Joel Embiid, but she
Mhm.
still like can't like fully smile properly like out of the one way, and like so it's
Yeah.
it's no joke.
I don't know if I don't know how, because it's like different in some people in terms of what it spares, but yeah, no, he was only blinking out of one eye against the Knicks, and
That's
people thought it
crazy.
was like a contact lens issue. Yeah, but no, yeah. I always thought, like, going back to that, it was more serious, but
Yeah,
yeah, Joel Embiid has
that guy just
one of the
can't.
most troubled medical histories.
Yeah,
in
he's just
NBA
going through
history.
it.
Torn
Yeah.
knee, Bell's palsy.
Yeah. Did you guys catch up on the 2 super chats from earlier?
I don't even remember.
I don't know if
Shamer
we did.
still?
Oh,
Polk or Singer still?
Polk at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I said this to Tyler because Mitchell's the only corner who's gone off the board so far that I wouldn't be shocked if the Chargers went corner at 37, only because the board is like kind of
Better.
falling conveniently at that position.
Yeah.
Not that I like endorse that, because they'll still have some good receivers available too. But I kind of wouldn't be shocked if they went corner there, as they're like BPA on the board, but I don't know how. Obviously, they have the corners graded, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I with the way the cornerback room is trending, I would probably focus on corner at 37. But
I mean,
one of these positions could certainly have a run, here in the
Yeah.
late 20s. How do you feel about the Quinyon Mitchell pick, by the way? I missed that.
Oh no, I liked it. I mean, I didn't have like a whoa reaction, but
Right.
yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
I think everyone kind of expected it after a while, but
Yeah.
no, he was my CB2, so I had Terry on first. And then I had Wiggins third and Kool-Aid fourth. So
Thomas Martinez just came in with a super chat again. I gave him a shout out earlier, but definitely go check him out on social media. He says, guys, the Chargers have 3 first-round picks on the offensive line. Remember Rivers, Herbert running for their lives behind UDFAs and 6th-round picks. Yeah, I've said this before. I think I don't watch like other teams religiously in terms of tape, but that Chargers 2020 offensive line after Brian Bulaga got hurt is easily the worst Chargers offensive line I've ever seen in my life. That was brutal. So, Jim Harbaugh mentioned that he wanted to protect Herbert. That was like one of the first things he said was, we got the quarterback. Now we got to protect him. So, that's obviously why. So Trent Scott, all due respect, is not the Chargers right tackle anymore.
yeah, it was 2019 Rivers last year against the Colts. And either like in practice or during the game, somebody got hurt. So yeah, it was Trent Scott and Trey Pipkins in like his first real action. Maybe that was Pouncey. That line was terrible by like the Steelers game where he was just chucking it and praying. Ooh, we have a trade.
what's the trade?
Like the Lions are at 24? Yeah.
Yeah, Lions traded up, it says.
Interesting. Lions need a corner?
Yeah.
Where did Glasgow play for them last year? Garden Center? You muted, Steven.
Sorry, I was muted. Glasgow was like a guard center type. So whenever Frank Ragnow was hurt, he would play center. But
Okay, who's the obvious? Why don't you be Junior Colson?
At 37 or at 24,
What was Jack Campbell?
he was 18, but last year's class was terrible.
Yeah, it was. They feel like a grand.
Yeah, this could definitely be a Terry and Arnold spot too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be a nice selection.
That'd be, oh my gosh.
I think it'll be Terrion probably.
Terrion and Brian Ranch. Woo.
Yeah.
Okay, so they traded 73 to move up to 24.
Wow, they were at 28.
Yeah, so they moved up
20,
4 spots.
29.
Gosh.
Well, the Lions front office is very excited. So
Arnold's a total
he's a total lion.
lion
He's a total
kneecapper.
lion.
Like, yeah, that makes sense. I could see Barton here if they wanted someone on the interior.
I was just thinking, does Kool-Aid fall to 37 with the medicals?
Depends if people are scared off on Wiggins or not.
Yeah.
Because I think it's, I don't know. The Niners need a corner, but I don't know. Who's the other D tackle with the Chiefs?
With the Chiefs, they re-signed Nandi. Is that his name?
Back. Yeah.
Someone saw that the Cowboys traded back and reposted the "all in my ass" tweet from Skip Bayless.
They've had a weird offseason, that is for sure.
No.
And now Schefter was on the Rich Eisen show saying like, oh, like they might not even keep Dak. It's like, oh, I don't know.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, somebody pointed out Newton for the Lions. That could
Yeah.
That could be it too.
Newton better not be a Chief.
I feel like we're at like 6 people that better not be a Chief at this point. Who's left on the board?
Pretty much. But Newton should not be allowed to fall that far. Someone's got to get him.
Newton and Chris Jones. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Newton Jones.
That'd be filthy.
Whoever their edge rushers are.
Karlaftis.
Naduke Uzama. Karlaftis.
This could be a DeJean spot too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they want like a true outside corner. They don't need an offensive tackle, so not Guyton. Huh?
I guess it depends on what they have DeJean graded as, if he's that as a corner, as a safety.
Bringing out the local football people. How nice. Are you still going to play the thing live or not?
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay. You got a ways, obviously. Although I don't know.
At the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are girls flag football players representing the first 4 schools that competed in the Michigan Girls Flag High School Football League, and local high school football tackle students. These young men and women embody NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams.
Faith and trust.
Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Ellie Fagley.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 24th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 24th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Terrion Arnold, defensive.
There we go.
God, we got to stop letting these DBs fall to the fucking Lions.
Yeah. That's a sick pick for them.
That's a sick pick, man. That's a sick pick.
Arnold Brian Branch is freaking nasty. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they traded for Carlton Davis too.
Holy cow.
So they went from having no corners to 3 really good corners.
Yeah.
Pretty quick. Ooh, nice pink suit, Mr. Terrion Arnold.
I like it.
Hey, Victory Pink, Alex.
Oh, I haven't seen the suit. I'll look it up on Twitter.
Yeah, it's nice. It's pretty light.
So 25 is Green Bay. DeJean has been outside of alt to the Titans. DeJean to the Packers has been like
Wow.
very commonly mocked.
Yeah.
Michael
they-
Pratt? I don't know. They always need a quarterback.
They would love Graham Barton though. Like Graham Barton is like
Yeah.
such a Packers offensive lineman.
Do
Yeah.
they need an offensive lineman?
They lost
well, like,
Runyon,
yeah.
and they don't really have like a great tackle situation because they cut Bakhtiari. So right now their starting left tackle is the famous bike thief Rasheed Walker, and then the right tackle is Zach Tom. Zach Tom's a good right tackle, but
Yeah.
I'm not like not drafting an offensive tackle because of that.
I just looked at Terrion Arnold's suit on Twitter. Did any of you guys see the picture of it before the draft?
No.
He has embroidered on it a picture of him from like playing football when he was younger, and then on the other side he has the Jalen Milrow "Let a Naysayer Know" embroidered in the suit.
Nice. That's great. Kareem asking if we would trade up to get Newton right now. I don't know if they'll have to.
I think they would. Well, I think they would have to definitely on like day 2, unless he goes at the end here.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're trading up in general.
Yeah.
Johnny Newton's going to be Brian Branch this year.
Yeah. Eat My Food wants to know about the famous bike thief. So Rasheed Walker in college stole a bike, and it was like written in the Beast and like everything as like a character concern. And so we have kind of like run with it as a bit as like where that ranks in terms, like anytime anytime a prospect has like character concerns, we like to use like the bike thief incident as like a scale of like how to measure the character concern. So it's just kind of an inside joke on the podcast, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long one.
I think we started with the bike thief, and then I don't remember if it was that off season. We also had the Herbert returning the shopping cart discussion.
Yeah.
I famously took the anti-returning the shopping cart stance. So.
Yes, that was a couldn't side with you on that one, buddy. Yeah, the bike thief standard. It's either just if you it's worse than that, can't draft you. Hey, Sully. That's Sully, and then on the Chargers Twitter video, Arjun was Mike Wazowski.
Yeah.
Poor guy getting
He made
like
a
cropped
YouTube
out.
video,
Of the,
yeah.
It's just like his.
Oh,
ear.
the hype clip the Chargers posted earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Terrion Arnold for the Lions. That's got to be
That's pretty sweet.
probably my favorite pick so far. Rams and Jared Verse is awesome. Where'd Byron Murphy go again?
Seahawks.
That's fun.
Like I mentioned on the Beast, Dane Brugler was talking about the snap counts for everybody, and Johnny Newton averaged like 65 snaps a game the last 2 years. What do you think Byron Murphy's average was?
Well, he's just a nose tackle. 35. Oh, 2 years? I didn't look at last year's. I'll say 35 though.
It was like 32 if I remember correctly. Yeah. So Newton played like over 3,000 snaps the last 2 years, and Murphy's was like
There goes
1,000. Pickett's in for the Packers.
It'll be another receiver just to be funny. Anything but.
I'll never forget when we were all in the Patreon Zoom stream for
Oh yeah,
for Jordan Love to the Packers with Jason.
Yeah.
That's right. Johnny Newton was a running back.
Is this a Raiders fan in here? Because that's hilarious.
Telesco goes to Vegas and takes them to division champions.
You want to put a bet on that, buddy?
Is he running the Golden Knights? Or
are they trading for Mahomes?
Yeah. Isaac Rex was so.
I think that's a comment about the running back thing. Isaac Rex, the tight end from BYU, was a running back in high school.
Mm.
Terry Arnold's doing an interview right now, and he just straight up took the microphone from the reporter. And now he's just talking to Detroit.
Oh, that's right. Wasn't he like crushing the media interviews and the media circuit too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember he like after the combine, he like talked about how much he loved his mom and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then there was another instance where he like went out of his way to shout out his like elementary school janitor.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, here's the Packers.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers and hosts for the 2025 NFL Draft select Jordan Morgan.
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
Morgan before Barton.
What do they have him? Okay, on my TV, he's listed as a tackle. So I don't know if that was maybe Barton to them is a different. I don't know. I definitely strongly disagree with him over Barton, unless you don't think Barton's a tackle and you think Morgan's a tackle, which I guess fine.
Yeah, dude. Graham Barton's film was better at left tackle, and I think he's a better projected guard.
So, okay, as we're getting to this now, we're getting through the draft more and more. It's very clear the Chargers' options at offensive line, at tackle, were toast. I mean, they weren't going to be anyway, but like, this offense, everyone's going to be gone. Guyton might be a Chief, which wouldn't be bad for them. So, the Chargers, now granted, they could have just started Trey Pipkins, right? But they would have been looking at Patrick Paul. So
Ian Rappaport says that there's a lot of action in the late 20s from teams trying to come up into the back end of the first round right now. But yeah, to Tyler's point, man, it's like there goes my dog. Where are you going? Tackles drive quick. It's really tough to get offensive tackles in the second round that pan out. I was listening to the Stock Exchange and they were talking about Kingsley Sumatia, and Connor Rogers had a hilarious line about Sumatia and how just like he was not NFL ready, and like the shit that people talk about just like made him laugh all the time because he just is not that guy. So yeah,
like he doesn't like him. Or?
No. The Stock Exchange guys were very much believers of Sumatia being like a project tackle.
I mean, I buy that, honestly. Watching the film, I buy that. I don't think he was as good as. He's going to go in the second round now, though. He's literally like here, other than Barton, or not Barton, Guyton.
Sully is now laying down under my desk next to my feet.
All right, time for you to complete the process, pick him up, and just.
Thank you. Sully weighs 50 pounds, dude. It's not like Galadriel. And he hates being picked up.
Oh, that's fine. All right, let's talk about it. Mike asks, who are some wide receivers you like in the late 20s, and what are you willing to give up?
At this point, I'm not trading up for a receiver. I am not a believer that is necessary. I think you can wait and take a wide receiver at 37 tomorrow.
Depends what you want. I would jump. I would, just because I fucking hate him, I would jump in front of the Chiefs for a receiver. I don't care. I'd give a pick 110 to move to 31. Jump the Chiefs.
Take Adonai. Is that your guy?
No, I'd take McConkey.
Okay. Where did you have Adonai?
Mitchell was 31 for me. So McConkey 22, Polk 23, Leggett 29, Mitchell 31. Mitchell falling mostly because of the outlier yards per route run and then some of like the flags.
Yeah. What about you, Alex? Where did you have Adonai?
I had him at 5. So I had BTJ, then Adonai. But then all these like red flags started coming with later. So I don't know like if I were to re-rank them now based on what we know what I would do. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have him like that high above like the McConkey, Leggett, like Roman Wilson, all those guys that kind of come after tier. So
Yeah.
plus a lot of the red flags. I don't think they would trade up for him. I wonder if there's some action going on with teams trying to jump the Panthers tomorrow to try to get Leggett.
Yeah.
I wonder if there would be some action at the back of the first round on that.
Yeah. I mean, Polk is my highest graded receiver right now. That's on the board. I wouldn't trade up for him. Like I said, I feel like him and Palmer is a tad redundant, but like they do need receiver help. So for me, like in terms of trading back into the first round, like I think that's a Johnny Newton conversation and maybe one of the corners.
Yeah.
But I think at receiver you can wait at 37. There's still plenty of options at 37.
So far, we're only 2 corners off the board, right? With Terrion and Quignon?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay.
That is correct. I guess we could do this.
Yeah, that'd be an easier way to talk about best remaining players.
Yeah. I don't know how quickly PFF updates that though. Oh, Ian's Rappaport's talking.
We're interested in interior offensive linemen. Graham Barton, Frazier from West Virginia, the wrestler. Cowboys had a lot of love for them. The Bucks also have a need for interior offensive line. You really got to wonder if the Cowboys trade back and see something here that makes it.
PFF's board is very updated because they are 2 picks ahead.
Oh, all right. So you know who's picking right now, or who
I
is
know who's
picking
picking
now?
now and the next pick.
Oh wow,
They're way ahead.
they're way ahead. I mean, it happens every year, but
Yeah.
So they must be like updating it live at the draft itself then.
Yeah, they gotta be. You want to take any guesses?
well, Ian was just talking about interior offensive line for the Bucks. Is it Barton?
I'm not gonna say either way.
Oh, okay.
Who was the next team after the?
The Cardinals.
The Cardinals.
Uh,
Are the Cardinals sticking and picking?
Yes, it is the Cardinals next.
Okay. The Cardinals need a ton of defensive help.
I feel like they might take a corner.
Yeah.
MHJ and Nate Wiggins Kool-Aid would be a pretty cool first round.
Yes. All right. Here's Goodell for the Bucks.
Cowboys will choose.
With the 26th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Graham Barton, center Duke.
Makes
Oh, he's
sense.
announced as a center.
Okay.
I thought they liked their center, the kid from Notre Dame, Hainsey, I think.
Was he center for them when Jensen went down, or what?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, like, I think Graham Barton can play anywhere. I think Barton can play anywhere but left tackle, so they can fill him in like basically wherever. Yeah, they're showing his Virginia tape. His Virginia tape was so good. I know Virginia's not like a great team, but his tape against Florida State was awesome. His tape against Clemson was awesome.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so Cardinals up here. Is it a defensive player?
Probably.
It is a defensive player.
Okay, that makes sense. Oh wow, Graham Barton lettered in lacrosse. There's video. Imagine Graham Barton playing lacrosse. Oh, they just showed him trucking someone.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Pick is already in for the Cardinals, so hopefully we can
Wow.
speed this thing up a bit. Somebody's saying Buffalo trade. Aren't they at pick 28? I don't.
Will they trade up a little bit?
Or they trade down?
Oh, maybe.
They do.
I don't know. I'm not caught up on anything.
Yeah, we'll find out. I'm hiding in the chat again, but see, here comes Goodell already. That was quick. I like it.
That was really quick.
Man, Goodell's rocking really slow.
3 spots so Houston could come up to take Will Anderson. Well, this is the first round pick they got in that
With
trade
the
last year.
27th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson.
Oh.
Missouri.
Oh, that is a sick jacket.
We're hunting for interior pass rush in this draft. Darius Robinson's fast.
Yeah, he was on I think he was on Pelisaro's like guys that could sneak into the first round list.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, he's a fun player, man. I liked him a lot. Some people have him as like an interior pass rusher. I think he just announced as an edge rusher, but
Yeah.
that Georgia tape was sick.
No surprises with edge. So the first
How
my
fast-
first edges are gone.
How fast do they run to the podium if Wiggins is available at 37?
Oh, as fast as Wiggins' 40 time.
Yeah. Because wheels have started turning on that. If Kool-Aid is still lingering around and Wiggins,
Wheels have started turning for you.
No, I mean, not necessarily that I would want Corner at that pick, but just thinking that the Chargers could very well take Corner at the pick if there's still value there. DeGene still on the board too.
Yeah. Wiggins is my corner too. I loved his tape.
Yeah.
The frame is like a little concerning, but
Yeah.
he was a physical player, tackles really well. The speed and ball skills are fantastic. I like Wiggins quite a bit. So
he's my corner version of Devontae Smith, where everyone criticizes his weight, but I don't think that that's a problem in his game. So I think he's going to be awesome in the NFL.
Yeah, I think it's very different than like Emmanuel Forbes last year because his frame was a concern because of his play style and he like actively avoided tackling.
Yeah.
Wiggins likes to tackle. So I think
Wiggins does not avoid tackling, jumping in the air.
Yeah.
He's fun.
That Florida State tape is great. The North Carolina tape is great. So
yeah,
I like Wiggins quite a bit.
Let's catch up on the super chats. Did we get the one from Matthew already or no?
I don't think so.
He says Alt only allowed 4 sacks his career. Trust the process. Yeah, his numbers are incredible for 3 seasons, and I think only 4 quarterback hits in 2 years. His like final 2 years. So yeah, good stuff there from Sean Sherman. Love the show. Thanks for all the time you guys put into this. Bold up. Thanks for being here, Sean.
Yeah, appreciate it. We've had a really good turnout tonight. We appreciate you guys for tuning in. Tomorrow night we'll go live again, so make sure and stay tuned for that.
For the mock later, do you want to do a 3-round mock?
Meaning like through round 4 or?
Oh, sorry. So like the first round and then 2 more rounds. Day 2 mock.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
The Chiefs are on the clock.
The Chiefs traded with the Bills?
Yep.
Oh.
I don't know the pick or anything, but what?
Gotta be
Bills, stop doing that.
Yeah, what the hell? You gave them Mahomes, now you're gonna give them a wide receiver? Although, are there any tackles left? Guyton? This could be a trade up for Guyton.
Yeah, I guess if the Bills slide back, then they would still have wide receiver if the Chiefs don't go wide receiver.
Yeah. Well, while we wait for whatever the Chiefs are cooking up, I have to tell you guys about Unified Health. Unified Healing Systems is a brand new world-class system that is that promotes wellness, deep relaxation, purification, and rejuvenation. Whether you're here in Fresno, in Orange County, unfortunately, no locations in Antigua, but there are some locations in Florida. So if you can go check that out in Florida, it is very easy access and affordable to check out Unified Healing Energy Enhancement System, or the EE system. If you're interested in experiencing the new EE system for yourself, go to unifiedhealing.com/guilty to learn more and find a center near you. Again, that is unifiedhealing.com/guilty. Shout out to Unified Healing for supporting the show tonight.
If you hated that Joe Alt pick, use the code. And,
I know who the Chiefs pick is because I looked at my phone and people are going to be mad.
Oh, no.
I don't know who it is. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for a meme. People are going to be mad. Okay, so it's not Guyton then.
No, definitely not.
So it's going to be...
I feel like they lost Snead.
Newton is what I hate the most. Who else have we talked about? Oh, Wiggins.
I more mean like not so much you would hate it yourself, but like Twitter would hate it.
Oh, so then it's a receiver.
Okay, definitely a receiver.
Okay.
Okay, so as far as receivers go, would you trade up for McConkey? Polk's not their kind of guy. Not Leggett. It's one of the Texas guys. You trade up for either no.
I think this is Adonai.
I think it's McConkey. Well, Twitter's gonna hate it.
Yeah.
Does that mean because it's a really good pick, or it's kind of like a questionable one?
No, I mean like Chargers fans on Twitter would hate it because I think Twitter has a particular
Oh,
fascination.
so
with
it's
this
Xavier
player.
Worthy then.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Not that we're high on Xavier Worthy, but
Okay.
if there's one
man.
place where Xavier Worthy figures it out, it's there.
We all hated this Guy Moore pick, and he hasn't done shit in the NFL. And we
Yeah.
all hated the Kadarius Toney trade, and he didn't do shit in Kansas City either.
Yeah.
They still won 2 Super Bowls. 3, excuse me.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they could probably run me and Tyler out there at receiver, and they'd at least make
We
the
can do
wild
the ring
card.
around the rosy play. I can do that.
Yeah. If you're the Bills, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, let's give Kansas City a receiver.
Oh my God, the Xavier Worthy like walk-off touchdown in Buffalo in the divisional round next year. Is
Oh
gonna-
yeah. Oh yeah.
Like, you've done this thing. You've done this like so
I mean,
many times.
unless they know the Chiefs wanted Worthy and then they wanted like Adonai or McConkey, and
Wait,
just
the
were
Bills
like, all
didn't
right.
the Bills didn't get pick 32.
Wait, so what was the conditions on that?
A 3rd round pick, I believe.
Oh, okay, so the Bills go down to 32. So then they're going to take a receiver there.
The Bills trading back with the Chiefs and giving them a receiver is the dumbest thing I could think of someone doing.
Yeah.
The pick is in.
I don't like Xavier Worthy, but
Oh, the
there's
Bills
a
got
world-
30. Yeah, the Bills got 32 and 95.
Okay.
And the Chiefs got 28 and 133. And then the Bills also got 221.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes tweeted a runner emoji.
Mm.
Yep. That's neat.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I mean,
He's never going to be like a wide receiver one,
Yeah.
so it's fine.
Yeah.
I do. Well, I am scared of Andy Reid.
He's not a wide receiver one type. Like
No,
he's just not a guy that you trust to throw the ball to.
No, but I could
15
see
times
him
a game or
being
whatever.
like kind of a
They do have a drop issue. He does have a drop issue.
less.
Also, him in cold weather. No, thank you.
I feel like Andy Reid is maybe getting some like Deshaun Jackson flashbacks with this.
Man, the draft has really cleared out. There's nobody there
Oh
anymore.
yeah, once Detroit was over, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the choice is not trading back up, so
Xavier Worthy. So I guess for me, that's the biggest reach so far of the draft.
Yeah.
Everything else has been pretty spot on.
relative to your board or like consensus board.
Well, what was Worthy at in the consensus board? 30 something?
Yeah, he was in the 30s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
I'd
I
like-
wouldn't say Worthy was like a national reach.
Yeah,
relative.
true.
I mean, we all think it's a little high to take him, but
Yeah.
after he ran that 40 time, he was never getting out of the first round.
Yeah. Vanessa saying wasn't Tyreek like a third rounder? Yeah, he was a third rounder because he was a terrible human being, not because he was a bad football player.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they have Hollywood Brown too. I don't understand. I mean, whatever. I'm not perfect, but like that's the same player to me.
Yeah.
Don't worry, the Bills can still beat him through the power of Al Qaeda.
I forgot that was a thing for a second. I was like, what? Out of left field, but no. Yeah, that makes. Oh my gosh.
I was chewing. What happened?
No, I said the Bills can still beat the Chiefs through the power of Al Qaeda. But
Oh, jeez. I can't even make the follow-up joke to that.
Oh my gosh.
I think Dan is committed to the bit that every time it's announced on TV, he says the Chiefs will draft that player, or the said team will draft said player.
Yeah, the Chiefs, man. And Andy Reid signed an extension. Remember, people thought that he was going to retire. That was fun.
Yeah.
Those were good times.
So then the Bills take Adonai or McConkey, right? Like that would be the thought here at 30
I
when they're
guess,
up
but,
at
like,
32.
I guess like Worthy was just way down your board. I don't know. Like, why'd you trade off a receiver?
Yeah, well, I'm surprised they just kind of were like, "Hey, Chiefs, you can have him."
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding.
If they had traded with the Niners, it would have been like, okay, cool. Like,
Yeah.
whatever. You do
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
But this is like the fourth time they've traded with the Chiefs. Like, bro.
All right, so who's the outstanding player the Ravens are going to get in a few picks?
Wiggins.
Do they need corner?
Not really, but I think of them if they just wanted to go like best player available type thing here.
They need interior. They need lineman. Oh, Tyler Guyton.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
they
That's
need,
a guidance. That's a guidance spot.
right now they have Ronnie Stanley, who has to like rotate series at left tackle, and then Daniel Falele at right tackle.
Oh yeah, I forgot Falele's there.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys could take Guyton right here also.
Oh, yeah. Nah, I'm going to call Trey Benson right now.
Shit.
Jerry Jones doesn't care.
Wasn't there a thing that they were negotiating with like Zeke's agent yesterday to bring him
Yeah.
back to Dallas?
No, they like hosted him for a visit this week or something.
Jeez Louise.
Like they've like their only big signing that's even like a starter is going to be Eric Kendricks right now.
Dog, if they take running back, I'll laugh so hard.
Jonathan Brooks. Pick is in for the Cowboys.
So, AFC West rankings. Who's got the best first round pick so far?
Chiefs. So Chiefs took Worthy. Broncos took Bo Nix. Yeah, I mean it's the Raiders, right?
Raiders taking Bowers is the best value for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I also don't like love that because him and Mayer are just gonna like split
Yeah, it's a
tight end
weird
duties.
fit.
That's
Yeah.
it's a little weird. And it's not like their offensive coordinator is Luke Getsy, and
Yeah.
he's not exactly like an awesome offensive
He from
coordinator.
the Bears?
Yeah.
That kind of
It's
works.
still AOC at quarterback and Minshew.
Yeah,
I mean,
Minshew.
money would say that Minshew would be the starter right now.
Yeah, Minshew. Right.
Yeah.
It's not like they gave Minshew like a $10 million thing. All right, here's Goodell for the Cowboys.
Going, if you will, all in on with this 29th overall selection.
With the 29th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Guyton.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Makes
good
sense.
call.
That makes sense.
Okay.
I'm surprised the Ravens didn't try and trade up for the offensive line out.
Yeah, because they're toast now unless they want to go Cooper Beebe or Jackson Powers Johnson and play him at guard.
Jackson Powers Johnson next to Tyler Linderbaum.
That was the 8th offensive tackle in round 1.
That's
Wow.
nuts.
Big title draft.
And they could, I mean, the Ravens could take one. The Niners could take one. The Bills don't. No, the Bills are probably good at tackle, I would say. But yeah, if the Ravens took Kingsley Suamenti, I would not be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the 49ers. Or Rosengarten. Alex Katzen thinks Rosengarten's going pick 31.
Yeah, I could see Rosengarten sliding in there.
Really?
His athletic measurables are like copy paste Mike McGlinchey. Like,
Okay.
he's the perfect 49ers. Yeah, Patrick Paul, maybe.
Oh, I haven't looked in the comments for a bit. Let me see what people are
Thomas Martinez is saying Patrick Paul.
Oh.
That from a measurables perspective, he's very much a Ravens offensive tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of people at that Cowboys watch party. Huh. Blah man, I don't know if he's watching here in the chat, but he quoted the graphic that he sent out
About switching sides.
About switching sides, yeah. Basically, offensive tackles who switch sides don't really have a difference. So, so the Vikings got McCarthy and Chop Robinson. Is that what I'm reading? No.
No, the Dolphins got Chop Robinson.
Dolphins got Chop Robinson.
Vikings got McCarthy and
was it Dallas Turner?
Yeah, Turner.
That's pretty sick, man. Pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens.
I mean, at this point, are they pretty BPA or?
I could see them being BPA.
I mean,
they don't need Johnny Newton, man, but Johnny Newton and
yeah,
Travis Jones. Just, I mean, they can't make that work.
That's pretty damn sick.
BPA or BPA for the Ravens?
I don't know.
Everyone's throwing another super chat in here. He wants us to do another mock draft. We'll do one for sure as soon as it's over. Yeah.
I'm going to say so BPA Newton, but they have too much there. Wiggins, probably, or DeJean. Not really receiver.
Yeah, for me it would be Newton and then Polk or Kool-Aid or Wiggins. I'm sorry, it would be Newton, Wiggins, Polk in that order for me.
I would take Wiggins.
They got Newton, Wiggins.
They don't have much opposite of Marlin.
No, Wiggins would be best available.
They had to. They lost Rock Yassin, who started for them, and then the slot guy. They returned the slot guy, but I don't think they have an outside corner.
Goodell's walking out.
Three more picks to go. That's funny. Jinx Richardson.
Last year's AFC playoffs in the Baltimore Ravens.
With the 30th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Nate Wiggins.
Yep, there we go.
Clemson.
That's a really good pick. Every single year, man.
Ravens get who they want, man. They always get somebody good. It's ridiculous. Unbelievable.
Two more picks, 49ers and then the Bills. And then we're on to round two.
Do you guys see that John Harbaugh texted Jim Harbaugh that the Joe Alt pick was what he would have done?
Did he really?
Harbaugh said that in the
Harbaugh
press
said
conference. Yeah.
It's funny. I wonder if has Popper done an article yet?
He did an instant reaction, but not a press conference reaction.
Yeah.
So yeah, as Shane points out, and we've said this, but crazy how fast the offensive tackles are gone. Happy we took all. Article I wrote, so that was the first point. Like I didn't think we'd be here.
8 in the first
Morgan
round.
would be
That's
gone,
pretty
but-
crazy. Yeah.
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 It was always going to be like 6 or 7, I would say, like a minimum. But,
Yeah.
Now we're talking about like Rosengarten or somebody going here. Maybe this is a wide receiver, but they don't really have a right tackle right now. They mean the 49ers. Cooper DeJean's still being here too.
Mm-hmm.
The Bills do need corner help. They could take DeJean. They cut Trey White.
Yeah, that's true.
Kaiir
What if the
Elam
Niners
has
would
not
trade
panned
out?
I feel like the Bills will still take wide receiver for some reason.
Yeah.
They probably should. But
Maybe just that they didn't like Worthy enough. I don't know.
yeah.
No,
So
he
yeah,
didn't
my
like
next
Worthy, like, yeah.
My next highest graded tackle, offensive tackle, will be Blake Fisher. But then it's Blake Fisher, Patrick Paul, Rosengarten. That's it. Like those guys are
Blake
probably going to
Fisher.
fly off
Where do
the
you
board
have? Where do you
tomorrow.
have Blake Fisher on your board too? 50s.
He was 48.
Okay. I mean, I have
Patrick Paul. I had at 63.
Yeah, I got Paul at 68, Kingsley at 64, Fisher pretty close. Where is he? 72. Two more picks, then a mock.
Hey, buddy.
I don't want to be the person to say this.
Do it.
I know the fan base is in a very sensitive time right now.
But
there's a non-zero chance that they take Corum at 37.
oh yeah, there's definitely a non-zero chance they take Corum at 37.
That would be really stupid.
Yeah, that would be a whole different thing.
Because I mean, like, look at the players that are still potentially on the board. I mean, You're talking about a really good receiver board still. You're talking about a good corner board. You could take your center of the future, and I would totally get it. You know,
actually, well, non-zero chance they take Corum, but if they want to do the Michigan Panther pick, it would definitely be Colson, right? Colson's still there if they want to do that.
Sainer still.
Colson, Sainer still.
I would take Colson just because linebacker gets disastrous on after that. But I just like Joseph points out, like Joe Ortiz, you know, this front office to me seems too smart to take an old running back on at pick 37. Like,
I don't know, man.
You know,
I
Alex
don't
didn't jinx
know.
it and make it happen, but now that Steven said that, it's going to happen.
if it does, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think they go Chris Jenkins.
I think
the whole
Colson,
bit.
Sainer still, and Jenkins are more likely in round 2, and then Corum is probably like a round 3 proposition.
Yeah,
I just don't think it's impossible. But
Dane Brugler was talking about this with the Athletic guys this week, and he thinks that if Corum is there at 69, that's where he would take him, not at 37, for what it's worth.
Our silence speaks for itself.
Corum over Jalen Wright. Oh man, that's great.
Corum over any of the other running backs. Here's Ian Rappaport speaking.
They select another position. Maybe they'll work tomorrow to try to get Ayuk done, try to get him the extension he believes he deserves, and kind of move on going forward there. So a lot at stake here, maybe a little signal for the 49ers when they pick.
Interesting, Ian. But if they do, if I can follow up to actually use the English language, wouldn't they want to trade him for a first-round pick, or if they could trade him tomorrow night, what would the considerations be in your mind, Ian, with Ayuk?
Well, just because the first-round picks are gone tonight and they're going to be in about 2 picks, they can get first-round pick value. Like you look at some of the teams early, the New England Patriots, the Washington Commanders, 2 teams potentially still looking for a receiver. They both pick early tomorrow night, so they could package those picks with a couple later-round picks and make up the value of a 1 if that's enough for the San Francisco 49ers to do it.
Interesting. Thanks very much. And you mentioned the Washington Commanders, who's second.
All right. So Brandon Ayuk trade potentially happening tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, like that's what Ian Rappaport was just talking about.
I clearly was paying attention.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the tip of the spear graphic posted by the social media team?
Oh, okay. Wow. All right. Didn't expect that one.
Which one? The 49ers pick?
Yeah, sorry. You know when you try to find
Oh, I already looked at it too. I just didn't say anything.
We are at that point of the draft, I guess. Tip of the spear. It is going to be funny seeing Joe Alt at tackle and Rashawn Slater, like two extremely different body types. Should I just look and see who they picked to? Oh, here's Goodell anyway.
Yeah, Frank, they took Blake Corum at 31.
Please.
Before that, we hear the 49ers pick.
With the 31st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Ricky Pearsall.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
All
Sheldon
right.
was, I told Tyler that he was better than McConkey. I don't know if Xavier Worthy was better than either.
No, definitely
That's not how the
not.
draft works.
I liked Ricky Pearsall a lot, but
So
round one.
if the Bills don't take him here, Adonai could be available at 37.
Yeah. Yep. And pass on Malik Nabers and then AD Mitchell for Alt and Cooper Beebe.
Man, Ricky Pearsall to the Niners is a great fit for him.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I had him at 39. I like Pearsall. Great hands.
Yeah. The dude has insane body control. Like he's
Yeah.
such a Niner. He loves to block, just tough, physical.
Perfect. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, Ayuk potentially getting traded, huh?
Wait. Are the Panthers trading up?
Oh, yep. Panthers just traded up. This has to be a receiver then. Why would you trade up one spot though? Nothing that
So-
makes sense to me.
Who traded out?
The Bills. So the Bills do not have a first round pick.
Okay, Panthers traded up. Look at them.
So
they made a
then
pick in the first round.
This
The
has gotta
Bills
another
will be at
receiver.
33.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
I
actually
think this
helps
was
then if Panthers
For
trade up for a receiver.
Leggett then?
So the Panthers or the Bills got 33 and 141 for 32 and 200.
Okay, so they basically just trade up 60 spots from round
Yeah.
6.
Yes. Some people are pointing out in the chat if they want a 5th-year option on the receiver, that's like a reason to, I guess, do it.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll
then
see
the
if they go
Bills
receiver.
open tomorrow with a receiver or a corner.
I think they have to open with a receiver.
Thomas Martinez thinking it's Xavier Leggett.
Yeah.
He apparently visited with the Panthers like 20 times.
Yeah, I think
okay.
it has to be Leggett.
Man, if this is the run on receivers, receiver goes early tomorrow.
Yeah, because tomorrow, so Niners pick, or no, excuse me, the Buffalo Bills
Bills.
pick.
Yeah.
Patriots will probably take a receiver, right?
Yeah. They need a receiver or an offensive tackle. So I guess they could take Sumatia. But
Yeah, maybe. Arizona
Cardinals don't need a receiver.
God, they pick again at 35. That's what a great setup for them. Washington doesn't need a receiver. So it really just comes down to what happens after New England. New England feels very Lad McConkey. But
It's an obvious connection.
Why do you think they're very Lad McConkey?
because he's very
What makes
talented.
you say that?
I think the way he runs routes is just really reminds me of a lot of the great Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Who would you say his comparison is, Tyler?
Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola.
No, I think Lad McConkey just stands on his own. There's no comparison for him.
Yeah. Nate Tice compared him to Emmanuel Sanders, and I actually really like that one.
Sure, I couldn't. tell
Chris
you what the hell that
Hogan.
looked like. Chris Hogan.
Did he play lacrosse?
Yeah.
Did he really?
No, I don't.
Dude, with a name like Lad McConkey, I wouldn't be surprised.
Hold on, I'm gonna Google did Lad McConkey play lacrosse? I feel like a
Panthers.
Lad McConkey had to play lacrosse.
Yeah.
Rex is asking if we can do a mock to 37. Yeah, so we'll do a day 2 mock.
Yeah.
So we'll do
Yeah.
once PFF updates whatever this next pick is. Then yeah.
Yep.
We'll do two round mock.
Guys, how dare we? We forgot to mention Wes Welker in that conversation.
Wow.
Why Wes Welker?
Well, yeah, why Wes Welker, Steven?
Oh man. I think we've hit our quota for jokes like that tonight. After we got
We
the
have plenty of
Al-Qaeda
time
one.
on day 2 and day 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man. Dude, we've been streaming for over 4 hours, Tyler.
Yeah, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Happy 420, 5 days after 420. Did we just get demonetized?
Thomas Martinez said Will Compton would be ashamed.
Oh, the all-white versus all-black
Yeah.
team.
Oh, I have Goodell walking out.
Yep. Hey, the all-white team is getting a new edition tomorrow with Cooper DeJean.
Heck yeah, man.
Once upon a time, had the first pick of this first round, but the Bears kind of took it. Here's the Panthers wrapping up the night.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 32nd pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 32nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Xavier
Yeah.
Leggett, wide receiver.
It's pronounced Leggett.
I
Okay.
didn't know that.
How's their word, sir?
All right. There's the first round of the 2024 NFL Draft.
So, McConkey, Adonai didn't get drafted. Were the other Roman Wilson still there?
Jalen Polk,
Polk.
Keon Coleman.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
Who
In terms of
was
round
it on
two.
Twitter? Was it Schultz today that said somebody compared Coleman to Keenan Allen?
Yeah, I was like, every
Yeah,
year that
Coleman.
happens, and this is like the latest that it has happened. So
Why is it always the worst?
yeah, like just not anywhere close.
Dog, you could have said like Mike Williams if you wanted to, but
Yeah,
you just went
right
with like the
there.
completely wrong answer.
Yeah,
No, 2 years ago they compared Drake London to Keenan Allen. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, guys.
yeah,
They're like faster Keenan Allen. I'm like,
faster.
maybe faster.
Keon Coleman can run shit for routes. It is what it is.
Already.
All right, you guys. End of round 1, 2024. Appreciate you for tuning in. We'll do a quick mock, have some final thoughts. And then tomorrow, Tyler and I will be back on here. Did we decide at a time at 3:30? Because tomorrow starts at 4, right?
Sure.
All right. Tomorrow at 3:30. Okay, let's get this this day 2 mock up here on the board.
All right. If we're not
Ryan's
moving
got
up,
that.
I'll start the draft. All right. This is the thing that would always happen in the mocks, but like I didn't think it would actually happen.
Yeah. Can you scroll up a bit to see who went?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
On the
So DeJean went at 33, then Polk went to the Patriots. Makes sense. Cardinals took a receiver for some reason.
Yeah.
So 80 Mitchell's off the board, I guess. And then Ennis Rakestraw is gone to the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, I mean, outside of Mitchell, I think that's a totally reasonable first few picks there. But
Yeah, I think so.
man, this board is just like that's so freaking good.
Yeah, that's an outstanding grouping right there for the Chargers. So for those, if you're listening to audio, I don't even know if we're cutting up audio. Johnny Newton's available, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jackson Powers Johnson, Troy Franklin, Peyton Wilson, Tyler Newman, Ladd McConkey, Zach Frazier, Mike Sainristil, Adiza Isaac, etc. It'll kill Twitter,
Jerjan.
but I'm going with the best player available by a long margin here.
Yeah.
Can you look at the team who's interested in trading real quick?
Sure, that is the Lions at pick 61.
Okay, that's a no for me.
That's a way to go.
61's way too far down. I would consider trading down a few spots in this instance, and I think the Chargers could be as well. But yeah, take a scroll down this list, man. There's a lot of good players here on this board for the Chargers at 37.
Yeah, so receivers specifically, Franklin, McConkey, Coleman, Wilson, Corley, that grouping. Obviously, we're doing 2 more rounds here. Interior, if they wanted, Jackson Powers Johnson and Frazier are both here.
Yep.
Which definitely one will be there tomorrow.
Yep.
So that's a huge win. I am. So the corners, in case anyone was wondering.
Yeah, let's pull up corner. I think I saw
So
Sainer still
we
too.
we
Yeah.
all agree that Johnny Newton, in terms of Chargers board here, would be highest graded player. Probably.
I would think so,
yeah.
but my question here, I guess, is like the medical thing with his foot. That might be why he's falling. And same thing with Kool-Aid. Same thing with JPJ. Like the three of these guys do have some medical question marks here. You know,
Right.
It's just a matter of like how much is that a thing. So Newton would be my pick here. Obviously, you know, he's a top 10 player for me, but the medical thing, like that's really kind of making me have a little pause if that's why he's didn't go in the first round.
Gotcha. And obviously same for Powers Johnson and McKinstry.
Yeah.
So the cleanest next three players are probably McConkey, Frazier, or Sainer still.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't love Coleman. I mean, I like him decent enough. I definitely do not love Troy Franklin, but I would understand why that would be the pick because
Me too.
You know, he's a deep threat kind of pick. So I would say the pick that I would feel most comfortable with in this scenario would be Ladd. But I
would agree. So if we're not taking Newton in this scenario, I would love to see them trade down if this is the board, because whatever, like at this point.
We can trade down and force a trade with somebody else.
They could trade down to like, I played around with this a little bit, like to 44-ish or like 47 and like get an extra fourth.
Yeah, you
something like that.
With the Saints, and you pick up.
I think I traded back with the Giants once.
Yeah,
I've done the Giants one too.
What would they pick? Hey, it doesn't matter, but we can just pick a team.
You could just do a team. I would say. I mean, you're probably not going to trade with the Raiders, but the Jaguars now have a bunch of picks. You could do the Jaguars if you wanted to.
Yeah, okay.
Jaguars pick. They picked Brian Thomas, so they could come up for a corner.
Yeah. All right, let's do that.
Absolutely.
So they have 48 and they have 96.
Is that enough?
Yeah, totally. That's
trade
totally
chart
fine.
wise, yeah.
Okay. You can do that or like the 2 fourth rounders.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could do 48 and 96 for 37.
All right, let's give it a whirl. I'd like to see them trade down, so that's fine with me. Hopefully receiver still works out. Here we go.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Wait, didn't I just do this? What happened? Oh, I'm already here. Yay. All right. Okay. Johnny Newton's still available.
Wait, the round 2 on the left still says that the picks are upcoming. There's nobody.
No.
Oh, what happened?
Do you have to press start again?
On the right, it still says you're at 37. So,
but I've traded back to 48. What happened? Okay, let's try it again. I guess. Did they reject my forced trade? Did I get reverse Uno carded?
I don't think they can reject your forced trade.
48's not even on the board anymore.
Is the simulator just frozen? Maybe.
Did it just die?
Because too many people are on it right now.
Try refreshing the page.
I can't. It'll take me away from the thing. I mean, we can run it again.
Oh, someone said in the chat, did you select 37?
Oh, yeah, because you have 37 and 48 in this. So you forgot to send them 37.
All right, so here's what we're going to do, folks.
So they just
send us 2 picks and then you get 0 picks?
All right, so we're going to go way down to the very end of this board, and we're going to take Marshall Martin IV, the tight end from Sacramento State, 37.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
so
now
I'm going to pretend that didn't happen.
Didn't happen, but okay. All right, so what really happened is we traded back.
Yeah.
Titans went Johnny Newton, Peyton Wilson, Kool-Aid's gone, etc. So the board currently, if we trade back to 48, we have Sanders still available, Troy Franklin, Sanders, Javon Bullard, Chris Jenkins, of course. Yeah. I'm not going to say that guy running back's name. Kamari Lassiter,
Wait, what was the running back name?
You know
Pass.
who it was.
Wes
Oh,
Walker.
Corum.
Did you just
Yeah.
say ass?
Wait, what?
When Alex asked who it was, what did you say back to him?
Wes Walker?
Oh, I thought you said ass.
No, I would never say that.
I think that in this instance, I think you're taking Samerstill or Jenkins.
I'll go
I would take
Samerstill at
Samerstill,
that
yeah.
point.
Yeah, I would take
Yeah,
Samerstill.
I think Sanderson makes sense.
Okay, cool. Traded back. Took
But
Samerstill.
now
Oh,
Nope,
jeez.
nope, 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 nope.
let's
nope,
just see the
nope.
board at wide receiver. Just
Yeah, the board at wide receiver just killed us, by the way. Jermaine Burton, great. That's your best available. Tez
Baker.
Walker.
Des Walker, baby.
Tez
Baker.
Walker's like unavoidable somehow.
Oh my God.
Baker.
Dude, if Tom Telesco was still here, he'd probably take Johnny Wilson.
Johnny Wilson, baby. Yeah.
He's like 6'7".
That's the tallest of tall.
Yeah,
I'm taking
6'9"
Baker
Johnny Wilson.
personally.
Yeah. I would take Baker or Walker. Don't have
Yeah.
a pref. I mean, I have a preference. Baker's fine with me.
I have a very clear preference of Baker.
Fine.
Sorry, I do not like Tez Walker very much.
That's fine. I have Baker over Walker anyway, so it's totally fine.
Cool.
Okay, Baker, Javon Baker from UCF. Wonderful
And then
vertical
we have
threat.
96 still.
We also have 96. We
So
did
in
it.
this
both.
instance, we have Joe.
Don't forget I
Alt.
took a tight end at 37.
Yeah. Joe Alt, Mikey Samerstill, and Javon Baker here
Okay.
on this day 2 sim.
Okay, so we're looking at I mean, honestly, I wouldn't hate Cooper Beebe here. Mason McCormick already went. Bernardo Green went. So we're looking for like an outside corner. Could look at running back. Obviously, we pick again at 105 and 110. So plenty of players are going to be available later.
Oh my gosh, Michael.
Michael Hall is hated.
Wait, did we take a DT?
No,
Not
I
yet.
have not.
So, I mean, by the board, we could wait, but by my thought process, like I would take
In real
Hall.
life, yeah.
I would be okay taking Michael Hall at like 44, but
Yeah, I would be fine taking Michael Hall.
Okay, sure. Let's do that. Michael Hall. So the second best pass rusher in the class that nobody seems to like.
yeah, do not understand. Do not understand at all.
All right. So our Hall is Joe Alt, Marshall Martin the fourth.
I
Mike
want you
Sanders.
to screenshot this and put it on Twitter with no context of what happened. Russell Martin in the fourth there.
Everybody's just gonna think the Jaguars just sent us pick 4896 for no reason.
Trent Baalke charity.
He's just feeling so kind.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Mike Sanders still at 48. Javon Baker is 69. Then with the extra pick, we took Michael Hall. So I don't love having moved off of Vlad McConkey at that point, but
Yeah.
Sanders still Hall is pretty good. So it's the risk.
Yeah, I think I've just been a fan of trading down on day 2 because it just gives you that you can potentially get another top 100 pick here. And
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like too different.
Mhm.
So you could trade down in the 3rd round or whatever, but I think with the way that the board fell, with still some good receivers, still some good corners on the board, I think the Chargers can get a nice little haul here for trading down if they really wanted to.
Yeah.
I'd probably. I don't know if they'll trade down now though. Depending on
I think the
depending
board's
on-
going to be too good.
Yeah, depending on the value at 37. I guess it depends, kind of like Steven said, how they evaluate each one of those guys as like medicals that could fall. 'Cause, I mean,
Yeah.
different teams will have different opinions on all that, but
Yeah. Yep. All right, got one more super chat in here. K Rich says we didn't get MHA or Neighbors, so it's not the 50 bomb, but Alt's still a solid move. Appreciate all you guys do. It's Kiltis from Discord, by the way. Hag. Appreciate you, Kiltis, for jumping in tonight.
What's up, man?
Man, we got 57 super chats tonight. That's awesome. We love you guys, man. That's super awesome. All right. We are over 4 hours in here. Alex, we'll start with you, man. Final thoughts as we adjust to the Joe Alt life and move into day 2.
yeah, I mean, this was expected. I don't think they I think looking back, they were pretty transparent about their process the whole time. Not thrilled with the pick, as I think most fans aren't on various levels, but this is what you get when you get Jim Harbaugh, and they're going to build the team their way. Really curious to see just how they build out the skill positions now in the draft, because as Tyler said, or as Tyler just showed there on the mock draft, like, gets pretty murky, and there still could be like some non-premium guys that they still could pick over corner, over wide receiver, over some of those positions, depending on how round 3 goes out, like we talked about earlier. Some of the Michigan guys. So I'll be curious to see what they do. But I still think there's a lot of talent for them on the board at 37.
Yeah, the talent on the board at 37 is fantastic. They're getting a good player. They can stick and pick. They can trade back. They probably stick and pick, or if they trade back, it's very minimal. I like what a lot of these teams have been doing. They trade back like 1 or 2 and pick up a 4th rounder.
Yeah.
That's been really solid for them. So, yeah, I don't mind them trading down. Sticking and picking is totally fine. Yeah, how they build skill position, we'll see. Do they care? I think I think corner would be prioritized over receiver. Like, they don't have a body out there at corner.
Yeah.
Whereas they've already lined up receivers they can sign after the draft. So
yeah,
I'm just very curious how much they care about receiver at all. And we asked Popper point blank, like, could they go basically most of the draft without taking a receiver? They might.
Max Melton at 37?
Not with the guys that are on the board.
Yeah, it's a little rich.
You're close.
Yeah.
You're not too far off, though. Like, in a trade down, I'd be for it. I can't do it with McKinstry on the board or Lassiter, but I could be convinced.
Yeah, man. I mean, the cornerback board is pretty stacked for me.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I keep on saying this. I love Jalen Polk and stuff like that, but the receiver board is definitely dried up, and I think it dries up more tomorrow. But I mean, Cooper DeJean's still on the board. Kool-Aid McKinstry's still on the board. Sainristil's still on the board. Obviously, we really liked Kyrie Jackson and Kamari Lassiter. So this cornerback board is probably where I would look if there's no Johnny Newton on the table because of medicals, and we know that Joe Ortiz loves his Alabama players, so maybe Kool-Aid's kind of a pick there. I know he's
did Coop DeJean have anything medical related?
No, I mean he had the leg surgery, but he's healthy. Like, he tested and ran really well and things like that. He's considered kind of cleared medically and ready to rock. So I think my attention kind of goes towards corner at 37, or like Tyler said, you trade down a couple of spots, and if you can get that extra 4th rounder pick, and then you can kind of double dip at wide receiver, later on. I know the fans will hate that, but
no, I mean, I just think the value of corner at 37 is just way better than that of receiver right now. So, I mean, with the way the board crumbled with Quignon and, Terrion coming off the board as late as they did. So as much as people won't want to hear corner, like, it is the best, value for them on the board outside of maybe Johnny Newton, depending on how they view his medical.
Yeah. Sholoman asking if we're higher on the DT or corner class after round 2. I think definitely corner. Corner has some good guys that I like on day 3. There's Jerry and Jones, there's DJ James, there's some other guys there. DT does kind of dry up a bit, especially if you want an instant impact guy. So, yeah, man, I think either one of those make sense. It's going to be fun to see, man. This board worked out really well because there were 8 offensive tackles or 9 offensive linemen that went, some receivers, 5 quarterbacks. So Charger in a good spot heading into day 2 tomorrow. All right, guys, any other final thoughts before we head out for the night?
Excited for round 2, and God bless Chargers fans if they don't take a receiver.
Yeah, we've done a lot of homework on day 2, so I'm excited to see how that one pans out. Maybe see the Chargers trade down a bit and get some extra picks here. So, Alex, Tyler, appreciate you guys. You guys in the chat have been awesome tonight. Can't thank you enough for all the super chats, for the great comments. Hopefully you've had a good time being in here. Good vibes, hopefully, after the Joe Alt pick. So It'll all work out. It's going to be fine. Joel's going to be a good player for this Chargers team. I have no doubt about that. We'll be live tomorrow starting at 3:30 as we prepare for the second day of the draft. That's going to do it for us tonight. This is the Guilty as Charged podcast. As always, bolt up.